Okay. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Jaspalkar, welcome all of you on third day of CHEMCON 2024. So here, now moving forward to our schedule, I represent Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, CSIR, CLRI, Padam Bhushan, Dr. Y. Nayu Dama CAMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 2024, which is today going to presented to Shri Pankaj Mehta, President Corporate Relations and Strategy, Aarti Industries Limited. So I take this honor to introduce Shri Pankaj Mehta, presently handling development of strategies for the chemical business of Aarti Industries Limited as the organization's president, corporate relations and strategy. His responsibilities entails business development, corporate planning, and policy advocacy. Along with his team, Sri Mehta is also engaged in a major expansion project on behalf of his organization for manufacturing chlorinated toluenes derivatives for import substitution. A topper in BTech, chemical engineering from ICT, Mumbai, and holding a master's in chemical engineering from University of Delaware, US. Prior to Aarti Industries, Sri Mehta was associated with Reliance Industries for around 21 years. His work profile involved business development, research and development, industry affairs, government coordination, formation of life sciences, and development of Geo Telecom network in Mumbai. He was also instrumental in forging a joint venture with the leading global specialties MNCs. Sri Mehta worked for specialty polymers division at DuPont Company US for 15 years. Therefore, one of his notable achievement was development of a CFC-free fluoropolymer process in tune with Montreal Convention. So with these introduction, may we have the pleasure of inviting Sri Mehta on the dais. So I welcome you, sir.
So I can see the presentation here, but okay, there it is. If you have a mic, it will be better. So while we wait for that, maybe I'll say a few words there. So actually, I was hoping to see a lot of students because my talk today is target towards uh, bringing on the idea to the students that the chemical industry is doing well and there are good prospects. You don't need to look at IT and other options. So that is really the objective of this talk. Now, looks like I'll be talking to people who are already in the industry. But I hope there are many online that perhaps are listening to this. Okay, thank you. And so the flow of the presentation is, I'll give you just one slide, not very long advertisement on Aarti, just to get coordinates of our current experience. Then what the Indian chemical industry looks like from the past, present and future, and what the growth drivers for the industry are, why we think the prospects for the chemical industry in India are quite attractive in the upcoming time frame, and what are the new areas of interest for the industry in terms of sustainability that also need to be taken into account for the future growth of the industry. So Aarti Industries, if at a glance, it's the largest benzene and toluene derivatives producer. Makes other products also, but this is the primary focus. About 840 million, so that's about a little more than 7,000 crores of annual revenue. lots of products. We have a new R&D center. We used to have one in Vapi before. Now we have one in Navi Mumbai. About 250 scientists work there. Lots of customers, about 1100. Actually, it's a who's who of the chemical industry of the world that are customers of Aarti. And we export to 60 plus countries. Actually, more than half of our production is exported, and a lot of the 48% sold domestically also is subsequently exported by our customers. So we are, let's say, at least 2/3 of our production ultimately ends up abroad. So we are very much in tune with the global industry. We need to be competitive, otherwise in this day and age it's difficult to survive. Actually, we do sell into China also. One interesting aspect is the Chinese have introduced an anti-dumping duty on some of our products. So that's achievement, so to speak. Yeah, and of course to the Middle East and USA, Europe, all across the world. Also, it's very diversified. We sell our products go into the energy markets, agrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, dyes and pigments. So very diversified, and different markets are in different cycles over a period of time. So that helps us stabilize the financial performance annually. I think many of you here, I see, would be aware of this, but for the students they may not be. So in the Indian chemical industry, started in the 60s, 60 to 80, it was all license raj. You had to have a ये भैया ये थोड़ा ये कम कर सकते हो, इधर का कुछ पढ़ा ही नहीं. So no, but this will not come in the way. No, I can't change the slide, but you can't. Can you see this? You can't read this. Slide ऐसा छोटा कर सकते हैं? नहीं, that's okay. Then it's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I thought you couldn't read this. So there was license raj in the 60s, 70s, 80s, where everything you do, you had to get permission from the government, and therefore below a certain threshold you didn't need to. So mostly small scale industries flourished at that time. There were many PSUs because the government wanted to. That'll be good. Perfect. So there were many PSUs at that time because the government wanted to control everything, but that really meant that the growth was very lacking. There were only like 2 or 3 crackers built mostly by the government IPCL around that time. In 1990, Dr. Manmohan Singh unfortunately passed away just very recently, but he introduced deregulation in the overall manufacturing, and that led to reforms, more crackers and rapid development. Many MNCs came in, but in 2000 decade, actually Reliance introduced the first refinery in Jamnagar in 99-2000. 2000 it started up. That brought in a lot of feedstock and increased the capacity of our ethylene production, etc. We had to be globally competitive because the duties came down to almost negligible 5%, and several FTAs were signed. So this was a really good growth decade, and after that you can see from 2010 the capacities, just look at it, the petrochemicals went up 5 times and chemicals went up almost 15 times. So that really has been a good growth since 2010 for us. There's a lot of, like I showed, Aarti does a lot of export, and so do many other companies in the field. So that has been a good trajectory. While that looks good, if you compare it to what the European industry has done, this, if you see, is the track of the European industry. We are just around here in the initial phases of the evolution. So we have a long ways to go, and if you look at course, the European industry now is like a dotted line because you don't know how it will fare with the Russian gas situation. That's okay. But we have again a long ways to go. We brief in terms of the progress of the products that were manufactured. Initially in the 60s, 70s, we were pretty much in the basic, some olefins, aromatics, but now we have come to intermediate chemicals. I think in terms of formulations and all, we still have a lot of room for improvement in India, and the key end markets, understanding applications, etc., we still are in the very, very preliminary stages. So a lot more work needs to be done in this area, and there are a lot of growth potential opportunities there in the applications, the understanding of what brings the properties that we need. So I think again we are somewhere around here, a lot of scope. So while we have come a long ways, we are 6th in the world, 3rd in Asia in chemical size. Just the sheer size of the country means a lot of these numbers look attractive. The chemical industry contributes 7% to the GDP of India. We are world leader in global dyestuffs, but we are only 3.3% of the global chemical industry. You know, we are 17% of the world's population. So that way we have a long ways to go. If you look at the sales, India is at $190 billion. Look at China, look at US, Europe. So we have very tiny portion of the global chemical industry. We have again a lot more to go. Fortunately, I think a lot of things are coming together, which you'll see in the next few slides, that will definitely drive this up. Actually, if you just think about it, even if 10%, or not even 10, if 5% of China comes to India, we are doubling our size. So that's really a very attractive target. And like I mentioned, EU also is facing a lot of challenges because of the gas energy situation. So that's again an opportunity for us to grow. So the projections are, that we will grow tenfold in the next 20 years. Let's see if we can make it materialize. Yeah. This is primarily for the overall chemical industry. Now, if you look at it from the technical point of view, the specialty chemicals require a lot more technical inputs into it. A lot of the other petrochemicals, etc., are already well developed. For IICHE, with a lot of students and chemical engineers and academics, I think specialty chemicals area is a good place to focus on. So like I said, a lot of things are coming into place to drive the growth of the Indian chemical industry. I would break them up into 3 parts. One is the increasing domestic demand, room for import substitution, and 3, expanding export opportunities. I mentioned we are very small and we have a lot of room for, although Aarti exports a lot, overall the industry has a lot of scope for expanding exports. So if I look at just the domestic demand, I think this is a very well-known story. We are, of course, now the world's most populous country, urbanizing rapidly, youngest also, because the demand of materials is high when you are young, when you have children, etc. Old people like me don't consume much stuff. So when we are very youthful population, the consumption typically goes up. The middle class is expanding. The growth rate, GDP, lately it is facing a little bit of headwinds, but there's a lot of scope to be the largest growing economy. And of course, people are also becoming more affluent. The flights are very full all the time, so that's also one sign of affluence. That was the domestic demand. From the imports perspective, although we have a large chemical industry, you look at the deficit, trade deficit is huge, $30 billion and growing. So that is something that we definitely can target. The products that are coming in as imports are definitely products that you can make and sell. They are already being sold here. So like I mentioned in my introduction, I had mentioned that Aarti is putting up a chlorinated toluene manufacturing facility because it is currently primarily imported. So it will simply replace all the current imports coming in. About 1500 to 2000 crores worth of imports it should replace. So that is again another opportunity, and these are clear targets for any industry to look at. The import information, what are the products imported, etc., is very clearly available. In fact, I can show you here. These are billion-dollar imports that are coming in the inorganic, organic, and petchem fields. So these are clearly things that we can target. There is no styrene production in India, for example. PVC resin, more than 2 million tons now are being imported. Of course, Reliance and Adani are looking to build plants to target those. But again, these are single large products that have huge volumes of imports coming in, can be substituted. So why do we import so much? You know, there are many reasons for that, and what are the possible solutions to address those? So we import because there are feedstock shortages. You know, many of the petrochemical refineries and all produce the feedstock, but they are not available to add value. They are primarily converted usually into polymers. So that we need to establish petrochemical hubs and increase domestic feedstock supply. Cost competitiveness, I mentioned China is very competitive, and we need to make sure that our infrastructure can meet up and help us become more competitive. Insufficient domestic capacity because of the infrastructure again. There are a lot of technological and regulatory challenges. There are a lot of technology that needs to be developed. Many of these products, technology is available, but many technologies need to be developed. So there is a lot of academic and R&D efforts that need to go in to that. And many a times we depend on China for the intermediates, and that if you are not making the raw materials locally, then you don't have the surety of supply. So you may not want to invest money to take it forward. So we have seen that usually when you have domestic capacity, then the downstream develops much more rapidly. Now I come to the third point. We saw the domestic demand, the import substitution, and the export potential. So if you see, chemicals are the third largest exports in India, but the International Trade Center did an assessment of the potential for chemical exports, and they estimate we have a $56 billion potential compared to actual 33, and that is based on current existing products and other products that they feel India can produce. So there is again a lot of scope for putting up manufacturing facilities for export. So like I mentioned earlier, specialty chemicals are an area of interest where a lot of academic inputs can go in, a lot of technology development needs to happen. These technologies are not readily available. So I'll take you through some of the sub-segments just to give you a flavor of what kinds of specialty chemicals usually are of interest. Agrochemicals are used in farms, herbicides and pesticides and other fungicides, lot of other such things. You can see bactericides, and these are a huge growing market globally. India has a very small consumption. We use only 0.6 kilograms of such chemicals per hectare compared to the global average of 2.4 and the Chinese 3.6. So again, there's a lot of potential for domestic increase of food production, and pharma intermediates, again, India is a very large producer of pharmaceuticals, drug capital of the world, so to speak. But there again is a lot of scope for us to grow in terms of the pharmaceutical industry, intermediates and APIs. Dyes, pigments, we already are a leader, but again there's more that can be done in that. We have a very good ecosystem for dyes and chemicals. in Gujarat especially, and that can be leveraged to again grow almost triple. The other subsectors are textile chemicals, flavors and fragrances, food ingredients, construction chemicals, home and personal care, water chemicals, polymer additives. So there are many such subsectors that have potential for growth of the chemical industry. So while we are focusing on growth, there are other things also that are relevant and of importance. Sustainability is critical to our business, because otherwise we will not have a license to operate from the society if we don't take care of sustainability over the long term. Historically, we focused on safety, health and environment. These are the key factors for the chemical industry. Unfortunately, we were just talking before this talk that safety has been a big concern in the industry. We have unfortunately a regular spate of incidents that keep occurring. So that needs to be, the focus needs to be maintained on that. It's not just within the plant, but transportation also, that safety. If you have safety incidents on the road or at the site, then again the local population will not want that to be in their vicinity, and your license to operate is also affected. So safety is important. Health, of course, for your own employees is critical. Environment, what we breathe, how poor our air quality, etc. is. So I'm not saying it's only for the chemical industry. Many other aspects go into it, but the environment is also important. So in the last decade, besides these three, which were of historical importance, climate change has also come into importance. The carbon footprint of things matter, the carbon dioxide in the air and the global warming, those things are also come in. That was never heard of, say 40 years ago. Nobody was talking about that, but now it has become increasingly evident that the earth is warming up and we need to do something about it. The chemical industry actually has a good role to play in this, improving the global warming concern, addressing the global warming concern, I would say. So what we are looking for as we grow is to reduce the carbon footprint. We do have a regular evaluation. All the products that we develop, we look at the different processes to make it and what the environmental and carbon footprint of the products would be, and select appropriate processes. Use of renewable energy, we use now solar power, wind power, even in the boilers, instead of using coal, we look for increasingly using briquettes. So there are many such areas where we are looking to improve on the carbon footprint. And that's also business opportunity. It's not just quote unquote cost, but a business opportunity to do that. The use of renewable energy is actually now, because it has turned to be economically more attractive, it is taking up more and more of the usage. In fact, it's restricted by the government to 50% usage. In fact, if we could get it, we would like to use 100%, but because of the grandfather legacy of existing plants, it's restricted in Gujarat. Also, the investors are expecting us, because investors are also interested in the long-term viability of the business. So they are also interested in ESG and the sustainability of the business. So for example, Aarti has been publishing and is online the sustainability report for the last 5 years, which indicates the progress that has been made in the use of renewable resources, how we are reducing consumption of water, how we are improving the environment, etc. That, and it meets the UN Sustainable Development Goals narrative. There are now many global certifications for this sustainability. The EcoVadis, Together for Sustainability, Responsible Care, Science-Based, that many of the industry can use to evaluate their sustainability performance and see how they match with the others in the field. So while I talked about the high level sustainability goals, the actual things that get done on the floor, plant floor, are we change the industrial processes, use less harmful product, reduce packaging. So these are a whole host of things that can be done for reducing primary pollutions, secondary pollution, and then subsequent to the pollution we are looking to use lot of the byproducts and waste products rather than dispose them off or incinerate them, to use them to add value in other products. So there are many different ways that you can handle this situation. So to summarize, there are lots of opportunities, but what are our strengths and challenges to meet these opportunities? Yeah. So our strengths are, we have a very attractive, competitive construction costs. You know, if you look at India, it's pretty much just comparable to Vietnam. Even China is more expensive. Our material costs are also on the lower side. Machinery, our capital investment usually is about less than half of, say for example, Germany, US, etc. And our profitability therefore actually is on the higher side. So that's EBITDA per in. I don't have energy costs actually. These are only the positive ones. The next slide will give you, I think, energy costs. No, sorry. Some of the negatives are, we have, well, it's about the same tax rates. That's not bad now. It has improved considerably compared to before. And the real interest rates actually are quite high. This is a real interest rate, net of inflation. But inflation is a big challenge for us. So what are the those were the strengths that the Indian industry has. What are the challenges we need to overcome? I mentioned earlier, huge overcapacity in China. So Chinese sell at, we don't understand how they sell at the prices they sell at. So it's very difficult in that situation. In fact, right now a lot of the industry is not operating at high rates, very low rates, because they can't sell at the prices Chinese sell at. There's unpredictable demand. You know, the global economy goes up and down, and now we are tied to the global economic cycle. Raw material supply, you know, we have, like I mentioned earlier, difficulty in sourcing a lot of the feedstock. There's a lot of technological investment that needs to go in, and that's where this group, I think, can play a role to innovate. Regulatory compliance are, it's very difficult for us to comply with the huge number of rules. Simplification and ease of doing business, we think, will help go a long ways. Sustainability and green chemistry, I mentioned earlier, sustainability is an increasingly important area. And finally, I'd like to leave you with this, the talent shortage and skill gap. Again, make a pitch that the chemical industry has a lot of opportunities, and the students listening here can consider to be in the core areas rather than going to IT and the so-called attractive areas that people are getting attracted to. But I think chemical industry has a lot to offer. Thank you. Thank you.
Are 0.6 kg per hectare, whereas in the West it is 2.6 or even more.
Yeah. The average, global average is.
Yeah. So my question is that despite very lesser use of these herbicides and pesticides, our quality of grain is not good in terms of the extracts that are available in the grain. The Western wheat, for example, is said to be better than Indian wheat. So what is the reason for that, according to you?
No, okay, well, I'm no expert in agriculture by any means, but my understanding is that it affects the yields and the seeds these days. With a lot of GM seeds coming in, I don't know how, but I think India is now accepting GM seed also. That could be the reason for the quality differences. But the yields are definitely affected by the lack of use of.
That can affect the yield because we are using lower quantity of per kg per hectare.
Correct.
But quality in other terms that these pesticides, because ultimately if we are using the pesticides, it will go into the grain itself. So that point when we are using it should be lesser. When we are using lesser, it should be lesser. And when we are using more, it should be more in the grain.
So I don't know if the quality is because of the presence of these chemicals, or is it because of the kind of seed that, variety of seed that they may be using?
So similar, this thing is very much pertinent to Punjab, because Punjab yield is better than the rest of the,
Yes.
if we compare within India.
Right.
But quality of wheat cannot be said as good as it is in MP or UP.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but I am no
Thank
expert in
you.
that.
One more thing, like chemicals, we understand that China is ahead because of scale of operation and everything. But to my experience, even in machineries, their cost is almost 1/3 of our machines. Specialized machineries like say ammonia pump or hydrogen compressor.
Yes.
And this is not a hear and say thing. I have invited quotes and I got the quotes.
Correct.
1/3 of the Indian manufacturer's price. Machinery, specialized made, tailor-made machineries.
Yes.
So why it is so?
No, I think again there's an economy of scale there. They have a huge need, volume, sales, etc. The capital cost that I mentioned would be like reactors and piping and things like that. These are not specialized machinery like you mentioned. But I agree, the lot of the costs of specialized equipment, because of again economies of scale, and we don't, I also mentioned that we don't know how their economics work also sometimes.
A small question for me. You said that you are exporting almost 60%, half of your products to different markets. So when you are competing with China, and suppose you have to, have a project for a particular molecule, which is there also in China, but you want to produce in India. So what are those things you look at it to come to a project specific,
Good question.
decision?
So for example, we are even as we speak investing about 1,500 crores in the chlorinated toluene derivatives. So our basis for the design capacity of that is imports. Like I mentioned, there are lots of imports, and we look at a portion of those imports, not that we would capture the whole. But those are being imported into India primarily from China, some from elsewhere. So that is one that we can hope to substitute. Then we talk to a lot of the global customers. We look at trade between China and others on those particular chemicals and see what is the trade to Europe, US, etc. and take again a small fraction of that, expecting that from our experience with all the 100 products that we are already in the business for a long time, that we will be able to take it. The other driver is the Europeans and all are looking for China plus one, not being dependent on that. So
That is after COVID.
yeah, after COVID. So that is one of the other areas that we are looking for as an assessment of what the volumes can be. And fourth, I think that once there is capacity in India, many times our customers ask for what is new, what is coming up, so that they could then use those intermediates, because we would put it in the say 20,000, 30, 40,000 tons, and there on the smaller scale look to use our products to make the downstream products. So they are also keen to know what we are making so that they could integrate downstream. So there are many such
Thank you.
opportunities.
Thank you, sir.
Let me get it and then I'll get.
Manufacturing hub. Sir, I have a very simple question to you. What is the data of, what is the source of the data? I mean, you have done the comparison for the peers, you see, where the take home is lying in where India is becoming the next hub for the manufacturing. So a lot of comparison for the various factors was there.
Can I
So
get
what is the source of the
presentation?
data?
Because I'm trying to understand which slide you are talking about. Presentation. How are we doing for time?
That is the comparison to peers, sir, where the India, China, and a lot of.
So that was one of the consultants' reports, if I remember, maybe McKinsey or
Because,
one of the about, yeah, we can. Yeah. manage that meaning we. No, so we actually we do have an office in China, a sales office in China.
Okay.
So and the Chinese, it depends. Some of them sometimes are grouping together, but sometimes if we give them the right product at the right price, they are willing to buy. But the pricing is always a challenge. So the sales to China are only the incremental volumes. You can't sell it at your regular pricing. Sure. So the decade is very good, but right now it's a challenging time because again the Chinese are really selling at very low prices. So that's what has been happening for the last 2 years. No, I don't think so, because most of the cases the plants are already on the ground. So the cost of capital is only when you are trying to build a new plant. Once your plant is already on the ground, it's sunk cost. The Chinese competition is very severe. No, yes, some of them have. You mean the
So that you
standards,
can
right?
restrict,
Standards, yeah.
So that you can restrict the Chinese products.
Only very few products, because what they have done is the larger products are handled first. Our products are not so large, so only a few of our products are under that. The others we are looking to include. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay. So I thank Mr. Mehta for informative talk, citing all the industry evolution of chemical industry, value chain mapping of India's chemical, petrochemical sector, global positioning of India chemical industry, sustainability and green chemistry. So now I would like to request Mr. Sunil Indulal Thakur, President, Sir, and Mr. Vishwanath Chattopadhyay, Sir, Chairman, NOC, to kindly felicitate our speaker, Mr. Mehta. A huge round of applause. A huge round of applause. A huge round of applause for Mr. Mehta. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, now we have RPG Life Science Padam Vibhushan Professor M.M. Sharma Medal and ChemCon Distinguished Speaker Professor P.K. Mishra here from IIT BHU. So I would like to invite Abhijit sir to kindly introduce Professor Mishra. Sir, please.
So very good morning. It is an honor to introduce Professor Pradeep Kumar Mishra, an acclaimed academic whose extensive research on diverse aspects of sustainability and green technology has been making deep impact on India's sustainability mission. Professor Mishra joined IIT BHU in 1997 after obtaining his PhD from there and became an HAG professor in 2016. Over the years, he has served IIT BHU in various administrative capacities. Professor Mishra was also the Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, and Jharkhand University of Technology, Ranchi. The core area of Professor Mishra research has been associated with the development of sustainable and low-cost green fuel technology by transforming solid waste and facilitating production of bioenergy. Professor Mishra and his team have been successfully in converting pollution causing environmental waste into microbial enzyme and green fuels. Another of his major work has been designing effluent treatment plants for industries. A pioneering move by Professor Misra has been establishment of the Malviya Center of Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, as well as Rural Entrepreneurship Center in Eastern UP. He also set up the first incubator center at BHU in 2008. Professor Misra has published over 2,000 papers in reputed SCI journals. Authors edited several books as well as contributed many chapters in books, encyclopedia, mostly in the era of clean energy production technology. He also has 5 patents to his credit. Professor Misra has been the recipient of V.G. Patel Memorial Award 2020 for Entrepreneurship, Development and Innovation Institute, Ahmedabad, and Dr. Serin Gadia Memorial Sustainability Award of Munni Seva 2017. With this brief introduction, may we have pleasure of presenting RPG Life Science Padma Vibhushan Professor M.M. Sharma Medal and CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 24 to Professor Pradeep Kumar Mishra on the occasion of CHEMCON 2024. So please big round of applause, sir. Please.
So thank you very much. Thanks to organizer and ChemCon Secretariat. Thank you very much for inviting me to this particular event and choosing me to honor for whatever I have contributed. So today I'm going to discuss as per the theme of the ChemCon, that is chemical engineering for sustainability and Atmanirbhar. So I thought, why not to discuss about the farmers, the agriculture sector, which is the backbone of the India, around 60 to 65% population still belongs to that particular profession. So how we can help? Being the chemical engineer, what I find, right from, sowing the seed to processing their product, there is the role of the chemical engineers. But today, in a limited time, I'm not going to discuss all the aspects, but yes, the residue, agriculture residue is the big headache to whole of the society, and whenever there is a, environmental problem in Delhi, everybody says that, Punjab and Haryana is doing something wrong, and that is that, so the thing is happening. So, I will start with the, Rig Veda slok, Madhuvata ritayate madhu charanti sindava madhyun santo sudhi. मतलब हिंदी में एक लाइन बोल देना चाहता हूं मैं कि हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमारे हवाएं मधु से भरी हों, हमारे सिंधु जल भी भरे हुए, और सबसे बड़ी बात वनस्पतियां. The agriculture produce he is talking about, because we talk about Chitijal Power, Gagan Samira, out of 5, 3 has been combined together into the Vanaspati. Jal and Vayu has taken their place, but 3 together has taken place in the Vanaspati. So what I have done, I have started working on the residue. I started, converting into the energy. Started with biobutanol, later on shifted to the hydrogen. And then what I find that, other chemicals which are, needed to economically convert all this is very expensive. Then we started producing that, again using same residue. And then finally, what I said, number of companies have been, founded by our students. I will briefly refer that. But later on, what I said, let us go to the villages and make a model. So I will start from there, where we are going to start doing this project in Sirsa district of Haryana. I have chosen Haryana because I need somebody who belongs to that place, and I decided that only Western UP, Haryana and Punjab, any one village I will choose to start, and one company is needed to support that activity. So most probably NCL Singrauli will come to my aid and will be doing that. So you see, this is a common scene in a village. The smoke is rising from farm field due to the paddy stubble burning. A dense layer of smog will be there, and especially in the winter season. And then cultivation work,
is simultaneously going on, and then farm equipments are using to cut down whatever the remaining in the farms so that they can be sent to some fields. So you see, this is the most popular scenario. Everybody blame farmers. But you see, what we had done in our survey, what we find out, that this was not the main cause. Main cause was this one. Even the same village, for their cooking their food, for cooking feed for their animals, and then boiling water, the evening you see, even in the evening, every day in the evening, sorry, this is the pointer. Every day in the evening we could find out thick smoke coming out of the villages. So the reason we are wrongly, saying that this is the reason, but the main reason is that. So we have to work on Ujjwala Yojana, how much successful it is. I am not going to comment on that. But yes, still we are supposed to do something so that this cooking processes can be improved and lot many pollution can be reduced. So you see, the problems are how they cut their the paddy crop. So cutting top parts by hand, cutting paddy from bottom, and cutting paddy using combined harvester. Somebody will say that this is the chemical engineer is talking about like a agricultural scientist. But you see, until unless agriculture, chemical engineering and mechanical will come together, you cannot solve these problems. So that's why I do. So cut top parts by hand, that is the problem. All the things are left in the, field. So how to, take it out, how to make the bales. So a number of things are there. The time is limited. I hope everybody can go through this. And I will leave this presentation for at least the students so that they can go through that, and if they find some problem, they can connect with me. Second is cutting paddy from bottom. This is the best one. Kuba combine harvester manually. This is the best process. But we are not able to do this one. We are going either through this or through this mechanism in which lot of residue is left behind, either in a good way so that it can be used properly, or it is being wasted. So next one. So you see this is schematically shown to you. This one is a good process. But what is happening? Everybody cannot afford this kind of harvester. People are affording this kind of harvester, leaving a lot of residue behind, and otherwise these are the processes. Now, how to use that? So this is super seeder. The main problem farmers are facing that just after cutting paddy, they are in a hurry to sow the wheat seed into the fields. So disposing it, preparing the field, and then sowing the seed. These three processes are there. So this particular equipment is very handy, very good, but very expensive. So this is the challenge for mechanical engineers in India. Why not to make this kind of super seeder in India only? Why you are importing that? And even the tractors needed to operate this will be of very high duty, the heavy duty. So this is the challenge for them. But otherwise, what they do, they simply put all these things below the ground and then sow the seed. That is the best process. You are not going to dispose at different places. So what the challenges farmers are facing, their top rich soil is being degraded due to the various actions, due to the burning, due to the brick kiln, they are using the soils, etc. And then agro waste, these two are the major problem faced by the farmers. So what is need to be addressed? So first one, agro waste generation. India produces over 500 million tons. Every year we are producing around 1,000 million tons of coal, and we are producing 500 million tons of agro residue, just half. You just imagine. And every year that is increasing. Due to the better seed, better management, every year that is increasing. So the parali is the main problem. So because open field burning, and this release around 149 million tons of CO2. It's not a small quantity. So there are a lot of environmental impact. So what we can do, the government is doing that they have said the mandatory use of biomass pellet in coal-based thermal plant parts, earlier it was 28%, but they reduced. In your case, you say that you need more and more, but in this case, they are not able to do that, so they reduced target that in 24-25 you use 5% and then increase to 7% by 25-26. So they have given this. So co-firing has n number of advantages. If you are using this, with coal, that is lot of advantages. So this particular thing is nothing, not related to us, but that is needed in agriculture. Scientists supposed to develop number of crops where cover cropping can be done, and that will improve. So now, this is the summary, whatever I talked till this point, that this is the arable permanent cropland, and this is marginal land and degraded land, because that is amply available throughout the country. So here what we do, we proper policy intervention for organizing group of farmers. A cooperative has to be formed for support of timely storing and transporting agrarian residue. And here, how to improve and how to use these lands. Because if you talk about the briquettes, what I find that number of grass and number of like babul and bilaiti babul kind of vegetation can be grown on these soils, and even those lands which is completely submerged in water, there you can use hathi gas kind of thing. So this can be used for energy resource. So all these can be converted through biochemical conversion. Now chemical engineering coming. So biochemical conversion, thermochemical conversion, or physicochemical conversion are the processes through fermentation, anaerobic digestion, combustion, gasification, pyrolysis, or extraction. It could convert it to the biogas, energy, etc. So now this is the process we are planning in a particular village. This will be the last slide, and then I'll go to the technical side. The timing is not, 15 minutes is left, okay, no problem. So you see, we have identified that out of 710 villages, 125 are ready to participate in our process. So we will be using solar dryer, and then a dung collection point in every household will be made. That will be transported to the gobar bank and then to the gobar gas plant. And you saw similarly here there are 4,800 acres of village land, and they will be using tractor with the baler so that bale can be made, and then two plants will be there in the village. What we plan, that the gobar gas, then slurry, dry slurry, vermicompost, which can be returned to the farms, and here this farm residue will be sent to the crusher, dryer, gasifier, and briquetting. These two units will be there in the farm. Now up to torrefaction, baler, and the gasification we can do in the villages. Then advanced processes can be done by the industrialist. When we get the bio oil, you can rectify, you can make other products. So I'll leave here because these are the resources with the villages, human resource, annual bio waste. These are their expertise. Then these are the challenges. Now, how I started thinking about that? I'm a teacher. My job is teaching and doing some research. But our student motivated. My first student was Gyanendra Pandey. We thought of making electricity out of rice husk in Bihar, because Bihar was facing a lot of shortage of electricity. So what he said, sir, that there is around 40 million metric tons of rice husk. So that can give electricity to 145,000 villages. 1,45,000 गांवों को बिजली दी जा सकती है, and he has done that. He created a company, Husk Power System, and started, manufacturing electricity through gasification process. And you see, later on he shifted from this particular, and the reason was not the failure of technology, but he could not collect the money. He was, giving electricity to everybody, but nobody was ready to pay the bill. So that was the problem. But these students certainly given motivation to this teacher. So the problem was here. A lot of rice ash was generated. How to use that? So what he was doing, he was blending with the cement, and in the turn he was earning carbon credit. But later on, 3 students of chemical engineering, 2008 and 9 batch, Tanmay Pandya, Nikhar Jain, and Abhishek Poddar, they were working somewhere in SPCL or BPCL. They said, they talked to me, said we are getting a lot of money, but we are not enjoying our job. So they left the job, came back, and then they started working on that rice husk ash. And using a novel process, they converted to the precipitated silica. You see, the rice husk was converted to the electricity, the ash, and they got the DST Lockheed Martin award for that. And the name of the company was Bridge Dot. So this was the process. using NaOH, HCl, kind of things. They extracted precipitated green silica, and now the bristle technology and bridge technology, they are doing. So all these things, I'm just addressing the students. They can similarly think on similar line, then they can help making India Atmanirbhar Bharat. We can also learn from the cows. I do remember one sentence of Professor Maselkar when he was talking somewhere that you just compare two ponds in a village. One surrounded by, riparian kind of vegetation, and another, there is no vegetation. What do you find? That in summers, one is completely dried due to the paucity of the water, but second one is full of that. The reason is not only the trees and their shadows, but the reason is that one insect remains in that particular kind of environment which releases fine biopolymeric layer on the water, thin film of that, and that gives the additional resistance to the evaporation, and that's why water is left. Similarly, we can learn, if I talk about the biogas, how we learn? We learn from the cows. Cow take the food in, chew it, shred it, the small particle size, then pumping through its bowel movement, 3-chamber digester, mixing and digestion, so methane is coming out and fertilizer is coming out in addition to the nutrient. Okay, so we followed the similar thing in 2002 to 2004. One of my students, Gaurav Kedia, he has started this experiment, and then later on they have marketed this. So in India, majority of metro station canteens were using this biobox box kind of containerized vessel for gobar gas or whatever you say, the organic residue gas, and then this process was very successful. And we also done is the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where horse dung was converted to the gas. So these capacity, I'm not talking about the rocket technology, I'm talking about simple technology and then modify them to suit the need of the Indians. Okay. So next, what we later on done. So what we find out that there are n number of crops we are growing, and every year that is increasing. So our job is characterize them, find out the capacity, and if you find the capacity, then industrialists will come forward and then take the product. So you see, if I talk about the arhar stalk, banana trunk, the rice husk, rice straw, sugar cane, bagasse, sweet, everything, the capacity is increasing every year. It is 1 million tons per year. And the same phase. So motivation was that we do have a lot of reserve. If I talk about sugarcane production, I take out peanut cell production. I'm taking few examples. Time is very small. I have taken long route. So you see, nothing. So we have to do, I take the different crops, characterize them, find out what is their capacity to be used using pyrolysis technology or the fermentation technology, and what are their products. So this is, first I will discuss this pyrolysis. So you see, thermochemical characterization, kinetic and thermodynamic analysis, production of bioal, then effect of various parameter, optimization, then catalytic and non-catalytic thermal cracking, how they are performing, then product characterization. So this all we had done, then biomass pyrolysis, then von Karolin plot to understand what is the H by C ratio versus the oxygen by carbon ratio. So all this can be find out, and then large scale equipment we conduct to find out their feasibility report. All this has been done. So now I'll leave this and I'll go to next one, that is fermentation. So these are the pyrolysis product, and this different form of upgraded bioels can be done. This can be done by industry. This particular slide you say has to be done by the industry, not by the farmers, up to the bioel. So this was the novelty. Now I'll go to the hydrogen part. So I started with biobutanol, is a fermentation product. The main challenge was poisoning of the catalyst. So simultaneous separation was necessary, and what we done, we have also got a patent out of that, where we have used per-evaporation process to simultaneously separate the residue, but still the catalyst needed and everything, the price was very high. So I decided that this is not the future of India. Though biobutanol is very closer to gasoline, that was not the future of India. So then we thought of why not to use this for hydrogen, and which is the best form of the energy. You see, the specific energy comparison, if you do, this is the highest one, hydrogen, and there are n number of benefit, and this is the sources. So you see, again, biohydrogen through n number of routes, but this is my route where we go fermentation, dark fermentation, photofermentation. So cellulosic biohydrogen, you see, stoichiometrically it is possible to convert 1 mole of sugar to 12 mole of hydrogen. But you see, if we keep on experimenting, what we see that dark fermentation gives up to 4 mole hydrogen by 1 mole of sugar, not more than that. And if you do alternate dark and photo fermentation, you can improve upon that, because the waste stream of dark can be then again used for photo. This way, you see, these are all the combination. This can be discussed later on in a technical, if you are discussing only this, because the timing is so limited. I'll be leaving this for students, and whoever students is interested to understand it more or work closely with us is most, and 2 patents were granted in this. One is enzymes, and the second was the reactor we formed. Reactor and enzymes, both these. So, process of production of cellulosic biohydrogen by dark fermentation, you take any cellulosic waste. What do? We do the hydrolysis, pre-treatment. So, what will happen? Hemicellulose and cellulose will be there, we'll remove the lignin, and then lignin-free cellulose. We also started manufacturing enzyme out of that. So, cellulase enzyme was formed, then fermentation process using this enzyme, and then converted to the hydrogen. Still, we are using nanomaterial from outside. So then we decided to even make the nanomaterial using these residues. So this is the advantage of dark fermentation. This is issue concerned with the cellulosic biofuel and cellulosic biohydrogen production, time consuming, low yield, lower reaction rates, inhibitor cost deactivation, improper conversion of substrate to product, high production cost. Cellulosic enzyme which contributes 40% of the total production cost. Cost of the enzyme of 20%. So if you start manufacturing or producing enzyme out of this saves a lot of money. So that was the main thing. The energy is related to the nature of biomass. Hard biomass requires more energy. So processing is difficult. If I talk about the sugar cane, the leaf was simply left over. So we started using even sugarcane leaves for getting different kind of nanomaterial, etc. So lignocellulosic biomass, pre-treatment, hydrolysis, and then biofuel. So you see, application of nanomaterial. Why we need nanomaterial? Because it is used in every process, right from hydrolysis to the fermentation, even in stabilizing the enzyme, acting as a capping agent. So all these things can be done. So this is application of nanomaterial as a catalyst to improve. You see, nanomaterial, pre-treatment, this is enzyme production, this is pH stable enzyme, this is finally hydrolysis, then bioreactor, what is the combination of enzyme bound nanomaterial is used, then we do the fermentation and we get the product. So all these publications are there. The paddy straw, earlier people say that there are a lot of silicon, so you put silica into it, so this is not a suitable material, but we have worked mostly on paddy straw. We have taken a challenge, and that we saw that it has given a good result, and then now we are doing biofabrication of nanocatalyst, and 2 more companies are being founded based on this nanomaterial and the biofuel. LCB Fertilizer, just a new company. Student from MMTU Gorakhpur, I once visited that, he heard me, he came to my lab, developed the technology in a 500 crore company. He incubated in IT Kanpur. So it's depend upon the students. If they take the interest, I do have few good PDF students, and they are ever ready to help the younger generation. So cutting, grinding, simple washing, drying, soaking, sonication, alkali pretreatment, washing via centrifugation, calcination, and the final catalyst. And then we go for different kind of characterization, and this is application in cellulosic enzyme production, enzyme hydrolysis, dark fermentation, then fermentable sugar production. Everywhere This can be sit. Again, this is the enzyme production. Is very less time is left, so I'll be leaving this for some other time, detail. And this is finally in the circular flow economy. The last, so what is lignocellulosic biomass? We dry this, pre-treat, grind it, extract, then precursor iron nanoparticles, then carbon nanoparticles, incubation, then we create nanoparticles. These nanoparticles together with the cow dung, all these and the crop waste, we will be saying it to the anaerobic digestion with paddy straw and sugarcane gas, biogas will be generated. Then anaerobic digestate waste will be either used as a organic fertilizer and then again sent to for the nanomaterial production. And then here the outlet, that is biogas, will be improved upon for different application. So I suppose these are the things through which chemical engineer, not in only in a bigger industry, but even in the farmhouses, can prove their metal, and they are the best engineers. They are the process engineers. And so please clap for yourself. But chemical engineering is a good engineering. Thank you. So only out of this section, only for hydrogen energy, we have published around 21 books. Okay, one is authored, edited. Technology transfer, one has already been done, one is pipeline. So 2 patents, and let me acknowledge the contribution of my great students, Neha Srivastava, Deepika Kushwaha, Mohit Srivastava, Gaurav Kedia, Gyanendra Pandey, Tanmay Pandya, Nikhar Jain, Pradeep Singh, NCL Singrauli, and Professor S.N. Upadhyay, my mentor and guru. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Still 36 minutes late.
So do we have any quick questions? Okay.
Please.
Okay.
What do you do with the lignin left?
Lignin, we are planning a number of things, sir. Lignin, even for nanomaterial, we are trying to convert out of that.
And in your first slide, you said that household generation of
Pollution
is bigger than the normal
parali burning.
Parali burning.
Yes.
But then this parali burning means issue of AQI in Delhi, it is normally related to the season. It is a seasonal effect. So if it were only household, then naturally it will last for a full year.
It's not that the environmental condition only in winters creates such kind of problem. Otherwise, in other season, they go up in the sky. In the winter, they cannot escape to particular height. That was the reason.
Okay. So I thank Professor Mishra. Okay, sir. Yes, please.
Bansal sir.
Sir, it's very nice that bio-waste we are using as a feedstock for some power generation. But the major issue there is that the calorific value of that product, that bio-waste is too low.
Not in every condition that is too low.
So that's what I am asking.
Yeah.
Up to what level it can go?
If it is around half of the calorific value of coal, that can work.
Around 5,000.
Yeah. 4,000, even
4,000.
4,000. Yes.
And what about the silica content, because it is too high in
No,
that
silica
case?
content, I talked about that. We have mostly targeted paddy having the highest silica content.
Yeah.
Yeah, rice has.
But that will, ash generation will be too high.
Oh, that can be converted to another product.
No, but to begin with, it will be high.
No,
Later on,
that's
that
why
can
the
be
complete refinery approach is needed. That is why I am saying, if you just go and hit one button out of that, you feel that this is not good enough. But the complete overall picture will be good enough.
Thank you, sir.
I take this opportunity. Okay, sir.
When I started. And NIT Jalandhar should be partner into that. And whenever I will be doing this project, I'll never forget that you make me stand in a conference after so long. I stopped going to any conference because mostly nobody was taking interest in technical discussions. So, thank you.
Sir,
And that is needed, sir. That is needed. But up to a level, even the production of bio, I already said the bio level will do in the villages, and then we'll send for final rectification and for different industries.
How do you handle silica in the elevated temperature? Because if you are using biomass heating, the silica will damage these tubes and inside. So how do you handle that?
So I have not done it at a larger scale, but the students have already done, and those are their patented technology. So I'll not be telling you here.
We run an industry in NCR,
Yes.
and we have changed from coal to biomass,
Okay.
briquettes as well as the pellets, everything. And we find that because it is a fluidized heater.
So what we do, we can extract it beforehand, sir. That is also possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so with these words, I would like to express our gratitude to Professor Mishra for his insights on paddy harvesting and wheat cultivation in India, bioresidual management in India, and a major drives of Government of India for co-firing of agri-residual, and the need for sustainable solutions for community empowerment and making India a Atmanirbhar Bharat. So with this, I request Mr. Sunil Indulal Thakur sir and Vishwanath Chattopadhyay sir, Bajpayee sir, Bansal sir to kindly felicitate Professor Mishra with RPG and Jha sir. So please join us for RPG Life Science Padam Vibhushan, Professor M.M. Sharma Medal and a CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award to Professor Mishra. Give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Moving forward, now it is a time for Chemical Weekly Padam Shri Dr. G.P. Kane ChemCon Distinguished Speaker Talk by Mr. A.S. Basu, a Chief Operating Officer in HMEL Bathinda. So I invite Abhijit sir to please kindly introduce Mr. A.S. Basu, Chief Operating Officer.
So I'll read out the citation of Sri A.S. Basu, Chief Operating Officer, HEML. It is an honor to introduce Sri A.S. Basu, a consummate technocrat having expertise and over 4 decades of experience in operation, technical services, production planning, energy conservation, as well as health, safety, and environment functions at the refinery industry. As the Chief Operating Officer of HEML, a prominent integrated petroleum and petrochemicals company of India, Sri Basu is in charge of safe, reliable, and promised operation of HEML complex. Before joining HMEL, Sri Basu was the helm of Chennai Petroleum Corporations, a subsidiary of Indian Oil Corporations. A BTech in chemical engineering, Sri Basu's expertise lies in identification of scopes for process improvements as well as implementation and commissioning of a project. With this brief introduction, may we have the pleasure of presenting the Chemical Weekly Padma Shri Dr. G.P. Kane ChemCon Distinguished Speaker Award 2024 to Sri A.S. Basu on the occasion of ChemCon 2024. Please, sir, come.
नहीं जरूरत नहीं Professor Bajpayee, other distinguished faculty members from educational institutes outside Jalandhar or outside Punjab also, my fellow colleagues from the industry. I find my colleague Mr. Thapar, I find someone of our HMEL colleague is also there, and my dear students. It's a great honor for me to be receiving this award and delivering address on this topic. I must first compliment the institute for selecting such a relevant subject at this juncture as the theme of this CHEMCON. I do not have a presentation slide. I will give the address, and in between or at the end, whatever questions you have, you can ask me. I will try to respond to them as far as possible. Otherwise, I will go back to my place and try to respond. My address is on advancing sustainability in petroleum refining, the role of chemical engineers. And it is divided in three parts. First of all, I will talk about the world scenario, Indian scenario, and then finally, in the refining sector, what all we are doing and what more is expected from us. Sustainability at its core is the practice of meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. It is built on the balance of three interconnected dimensions: environmental preservation, economic development, and social well-being. In essence, sustainability ensures the long-term viability of the planet, people, and prosperity, the three Ps. The urgency stems from the rate of environmental degradation, rising global temperature, and finite nature of natural resources. Without immediate and concerted action, the consequences of ecosystems, economics, societies could be catastrophic. Recognizing this, the global economy has united, global community has united through initiatives such as Paris Agreement, COP, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, commitments to achieve net zero emissions by mid of the century. Countries, industries, individuals, and increasingly adopted renewable energy, promoting circular economies, investing innovative technologies to reduce carbon footprint. The targets include limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, transitioning to clean energy sources, conserving natural habitats, and achieving sustainable consumption and production patterns. Meeting these goals requires urgent collaboration and innovations across all sectors, with chemical engineers playing a crucial role in advancing solutions that balance energy demands with environmental responsibility. Chemical engineering has evolved significantly over the years. Earlier, the focus was on production and profit, but today, chemical engineers are actively working toward the minimizing of environmental harm caused by the industrial activities and the life cycle. Motivated by desire to contribute sustainable development, chemical engineers are developing new process technologies in areas of renewable energy, process intensification, energy storage, biodegradable polymers, bioproducts, waste management. However, to avoid repeating the mistakes of earlier, it is crucial that these part of this sub-function of engineering is tightly integrated with the process systems engineering. This integration ensures new technologies are evaluated, refined, and modified to prevent unintended harm and promote sustainability. India is rapidly growing. It is striving and is also striving to balance development with sustainability. We are at 4 trillion economy, on track to become 7 trillion, and in near terms and aspire to become 10 million. However, we are also the third largest emitter of CO2, about 3 billion metric tons per annum, which is one of the most crucial greenhouse gases, and after US and China. Accordingly, the country's policies take into account sustainability is firmly embedded in growth strategy, aiming transition to renewable energy sources and implement green technologies. For focused attention, the government has taken steps in formation of National Solar Mission, National Green Hydrogen Mission, besides encouraging wind and hydropower investment together with the EVs. The country is also vigorously pursuing biofuels, achieving 10% ethanol blending in 22 and aiming for 20% ethanol blending in motor spirit by 2025. Circular economy practices such as waste management and resource recycling are also being promoted to align economic growth with sustainability goals. In line with the global commitments, India country has set ambitious targets of renewable energy of achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 and meeting 50% of energy needs for renewable sources, finally achieving net zero by 2070. I remember Professor Mishra has told that we can do still better if the government permits. As someone who has worked in the refining sector for over 4 decades, I have witnessed first-hand growing need of sustainability in our industry. India's refining capacity today stands at 260 million metric tons per annum, yet we remain 85% import dependent on crude oil. The stark reality emphasizes the urgent need for resilient, sustainable refining industry to ensure energy security. The petroleum refining sector has achieved significant advancements in energy efficiency by adopting a range of innovative technologies and practices like pinch technology for optimizing or optimized heat exchanger train design, timely identification and cleaning of timely identification and cleaning of foulant in the heat exchangers, the use of lightweight blades in the air coolers, all contributing to conservation of energy. Hot water belt are effectively used to recover low-level heat, while exchangers with advanced features like helical baffle, tube inserts enhance the performance. Replacing old air preheaters with cast or glass solutions help in improving heater efficiency. In industrial processes, the transition to electric drives from steam drives based systems significantly boost efficiency. With larger heaters also targeted to be powered by electric systems to minimize emissions and reduce fossil fuel dependency, improving environmental performance. Cooling tower design, whether it is a cross flow or counter flow, is key to enhancing efficiency and ensuring the integrity of film of splash fields along with operating high cycles of concentration. This helps minimizing the water loss through the drift and drain in the form of blowdown. These are crucial for effective water resource management. Resource conservation efforts, including reuse, recycling of water, further contribute to sustainability by reducing waste and optimizing resources. In air emission control, technologies like amine treatment and secondary and tertiary amines for sulfur recovery play an important role in reducing emissions. Operational reliability remains a cornerstone of refinery performance. The integration of advanced monitoring system and predictive analytics has bolstered reliability by preventing unplanned outages, and ensuring seamless operations. High efficiency equipment coupled with robust maintenance strategies ensures that refineries can handle increased complexity and throughput while maintaining safety, sustainability standards. Digitalization also has emerged a game changer in refining. With artificial intelligence and machine learning at the forefront, refiners are now equipped with to optimize processes in real time, reduce energy consumption, improving yield pattern, and lower emissions. Predictive analytics and digital twin technologies have revolutionized how we maintain equipment and avoid operational disruptions, ensuring greater reliability and efficiency. See, in a refinery, the fuel we use is about 10% of the throughput. In a 10 billion ton refinery, 1 billion ton goes almost as the refinery fuel and loss, which is a huge amount of money, and this results ultimately into burning of fuel or coal and or petroleum coke, and finally generating CO2. This is an impact on the atmosphere. So we are continuously working how efficiently we can use the energy, how we can reduce the consumption of energy, which is profitable, improve the bottom line, and at the same time, it adds to the sustainability. Country has made remarkable strides in the shift towards sustainability, especially in the biofuel sector. First generation biofuels produced from edible feedstocks like sugarcane, corn have played a significant role in India's ethanol program, meeting energy demands while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Second generation biofuels made from non-edible feedstocks such as agricultural residues, woody biomass, waste material have further advanced sustainability by addressing food security concerns. Both first and second generation ethanol are now being manufactured at oil refineries for blending in MS. We ourselves produce from 1G ethanol and blend in motor spirit. In addition to ethanol, there have been substantial advancement in other biofuels. Biodiesel produced from vegetable oil, animal fats has gained attraction to an alternative conventional diesel, supporting cleaner transport options. As India moves forward, the focus is shifting towards scaling up of third and fourth generation biofuels. Third generation biofuels is from algae, and the fourth generation still in the lab, which is genetically engineered biofuels. I am afraid to talk more on this subject with presence of Dr. Mishra. He is a more knowledgeable and guru in this topic. So, he will guide us in this subject. And his address was really very interesting. Many new things were there. Increased oil yield in from the algae-based biofuels helps in CO2 mitigation, while third and fourth generation biofuels are produced in very small quality, for small scale or lab scale. Co-processing of vegetable oil, waste oil in hydrotreaters with improved catalyst at the refineries are already in use. Waste to biomass sources, agricultural residues, cattle dung, etc. produces biogas through the process of anaerobic decomposition. The biogas is purified to remove hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, water vapor, and compressed to form compressed biogas or biomethane, which has a methane content to the tune of 90%. Biogas serve as a suitable replacement for improved fossil fuel like natural gas, LNG, with close to net zero emissions, while boosting energy security supported by competitive economics. But only thing is, this production of biogas quantities are very small. In refineries, we require what Professor Mishra was telling, that biohydrogen production. We require hydrogen to the tune of 13 tons, 14 tons per hour, whereas the CBG, whatever is being produced nowadays in Sangrur, in Punjab, there is a big CBG plant, one of the biggest in the country. The production rate is some 2 to 3 tons per day, which is minuscule compared to our need. Producing SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, and blending it with conventional ATF are also an option available. This would add to total volume of the jet fuel available in India, market displacing equivalent volumes of imported feedstock, thereby supporting the government of India's vision of self-reliance and Make in India agenda. SAF is significantly more expensive at present than the fossil fuel derived from crude. Today, the costs are expected, as on today, the costs are expected to fall in the coming decades as technologies mature and the industry reaches economy of scale. By investing early in SAF, we can stay ahead of the technology curve in air mobility. Production and use of both CBG and SAF are being actively considered by the refineries. Production of green hydrogen like from electrolyzer or carbon capture utilization storage CCUS are also being explored by the refineries for usage, but these are still at the nascent stage technologically, and to be commercially viable for the refineries to adopt, although they have huge potential to support our drive for sustainability. A paradigm shift is underway as refineries are increasingly integrate with the petrochemical operations. The crude to chemical approach, which prioritizes the converting crude oil directly into the high value chemicals rather than traditional fuel, is gaining attraction. This integration diversifies product portfolios, enhances profitability, and aligns with the circular economic principles by maximizing resource efficiency. Many Indian refineries are adopting strategy to stay competitive and reduce their environmental impact. While many of these innovations are already being integrated into the refineries, much more needs to be done. We must accelerate the advancement in scalable carbon capture technologies, expand commercialization of biofuels, green hydrogen, and enhance digital tools to process optimization. These innovations are essential not only for reducing environmental impact but also transforming the refinery operations. In conclusion, the work of chemical engineers is vital in driving sustainable transformation of the refining industry. Through their experience in developing new technologies, optimizing processes, integrating sustainable practices, and taking up extensive research work together in collaboration with related engineering disciplines, we chemical engineers need to ensure that India can not only achieve its economic and climate goals, but also become a global leader in sustainable development. The journey is on, and with continued innovation and commitment, we are on the right path for building a cleaner and more sustainable future for India. Thank you and namaskar. Any questions? I would like to respond.
And you talk about the pinch effect, you talk about the cleaning and the fouling. You are looking towards the academics to solve the problem. You are talking about the exchanger only.
See, in crude distillation and also delayed cooker. Here, the crude is heated to a temperature which is equivalent for its vaporization. It depends on whatever pressure we are operating. Now, for that, it is passed through a series of exchangers for gaining heat and then finally put into a heater. Heater means we are firing fuel, and lower the heat input in the heater, that gives us benefit in consumption of fuel. So, the preheat train optimization and maximizing the furnace inlet temperature, that is important, and that is the reason that pinch analysis is required for designing the preheat train. Similarly, during processing, there are accumulation of dirt, accumulation of silt in the exchanger. Identify, there are huge number of exchanger. In a 13 million ton refinery like ours, we have some 45 exchangers in the crude preheat trend. Identifying the right exchanger, you cannot open all the exchanger at a time. Identifying the exchanger, isolating it, cleaning it, and keep putting it back. That's the task. And simultaneously also, we are also trying to use type of.
So the crude characteristic might be responsible for the more fouling of the exchanges.
Whatever the crude characteristics are there, it carries silt and dirt, number one.
Whatever the source.
Whatever the source. And
So-
at the
so-
same time, there are certain amount of.
So is it never been practiced that pre-treating before sending it to the exchangers?
See, pre-treating is done definitely at the crude oil fields.
Yeah.
But they have got certain limitation.
Okay.
And huge amount of, huge quantity of any material, if you want to treat, more is the cost.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I had a question on bioenergy. You mentioned about algae-based biofuels. What's the commercialization status of that? Is that
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
yeah,
yet. It is still in the laboratory scale. People are working on it. Started using. Okay. Okay.
Commercialized.
Okay. Algae and then the fourth generation, that is bioengineered or genetically engineered. So the things are coming up, but at a slow rate, and it has to be commercially. Two things are very important. It has to be commercially viable. Otherwise, industry के लिए accept करना is a challenge. जी सर, हाँ सर.
Just a small question in addition to what Professor Mishra has said. Specific to the effluents, what are the major challenges in refinery these days? Liquid effluents, basically.
See, the main goal is effluent. It should be no effluent should be discharged outside. No, zero discharge. That's correct. So minimum is the discharge. That's the target. And then whatever material is coming out from the refinery, from even after the treatment, effluent treatment, that need to follow the MENA standard. So these two are the things, and more complicated or more complex your processes, which is required for maximizing your distillate yield or high value product yield, the more is the other components which affect the MENA standards. So those material are to be treated. So these are the challenges. Like today, we try to recirculate the effluent which is generated in the refinery to cooling tower. But there are certain limitations for circulating back to cooling tower. Otherwise, cooling tower, which is like blood in the human body, cooling water circulation is a blood in the refinery. So if it gets spoiled, it creates huge amount of hazards, huge amount of disturbances in the operations. So that's a huge task for us to keep it always perfect. Okay.
Sir, it's nice to hear, sir, here.
Yes, sir.
Overall picture of refinery. I want to know what steps you are using there to sequester the CO2 in the different operations of refinery. Is it there any improvement?
It is still in, not even nascent, it will below nascent stage, I would say. It is, people are working on it. See, main problem is for sequestration, the CO2 has to be compressed. We generate about 7 million tons of CO2 from our heaters and boilers.
Yeah.
Per annum.
Okay.
In a refinery of 13 million ton capacity.
Okay, sir.
Reliance, who operates about 60 million tons, there's the generation of CO2 possibly 3 times, 4 times or 5 times than ours.
Yes.
Now the issue is that carbon dioxide has to be, there are two options. One is converting it into some chemical, which is possibly a more viable option, and alternative is the sequestration.
Yes.
Sequestration, it is more relevant for those in the crude oil exploration, companies like Oil India, ONGC,
Okay.
who has generated oil fields, created some cavern type of, I mean, what I would say, these cavities in earth, which is properly where the CO2 can be put back. But it requires huge amount. It is at a pressure of sub 300 bars or so. So these issues, and where the CO2 is generated, nearby that, in our refinery, we had been few days back, we had been discussing somebody with Oil India.
Yes.
He indicated that we have oil fields in Rajasthan. You need to take the CO2 from here to Rajasthan. That's a impossible task. And other alternative is around the refinery you identify a space where we carry out seismic studies, then identify, take government approval, then go for oil wells, which is very, very expensive.
Sir, there is one technology, the adsorption technology. You can utilize that adsorption technology for CO2 sequestration, and you can use different biomasses. Here are paddies are there. So you can get a biochar and you can adsorb that CO2 there, and then that biochar can be utilized in the farm fields again as a fertilizer. So you have to go into the different CO2 utilization and sequestration practices that need to be increased.
Okay, thank you. I will get your contacts. My colleague, Mr. Sanket, who has helped me in preparing this, compiling this address, he is also there. He works for our environment department. We jointly.
We have done small experiments at our colleges that biochar is very. Biochar can be used as a fertilizer in the farm also, and here straw and paddies are there that are very very good raw material for getting the biochar through pyrolysis, and that biochar can be utilized as a adsorbent for CO2. So CO2 can be near about 40-50% CO2 you can add onto that biochar, and that biochar can be utilized as a fertilizer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, yes. Sure. Okay. CO2 to ethanol.
CO2 to ethanol, they do it
Okay.
through fermentation route.
Okay, okay.
They are using microbes
Okay.
in doing that. There is a lens attack technology, you know. which
Okay,
they are
okay.
for doing that.
Problem.
They are utilizing CO2.
Problem is basically economy.
See, the problem is with all these technologies which I'll cover in my lecture. It is with all technologies, but we are being forced into that.
And once happens to make it more friendly to or better commercialization aspects, definitely it will be accepted by the industry.
All the oil companies are getting into that, NDPC is getting into that. Anyway, I'll cover in my lecture.
Okay. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Basu for his fruitful insights on renewable energy. Mr. Basu brings with him 4 decades of experience in the refinery industry, in operations, technical services, production planning, and energy conservation. So with this, I again request Mr. Sunil sir and Vishwanathan sir, Chairman, NOC, and Professor Bajpai, Professor Bansal, Professor M.K. Jha sir to kindly felicitate Professor S.B. Quila, Secretary also. Please, I request you to kindly join us and facilitate Professor Mr. Basu. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. A huge round of applause for Basu, sir. Thank you, sir. So now moving forward, now it is time for our next distinguished speaker, Lab India's Padam Bhushan, Professor R. Kumar, CHEMCON Distinguished Speaker Award 2024, to Dr. Gautam Kumar Dalapati, Chief Executive Officer, Sun Connect Private Limited, Singapore. So it is an honor to introduce Dr. Gautam, an acclaimed scientist who has been working in the field of renewable energy generation, particularly the production of green hydrogen. At the helm of Sun Connect Private Limited, Singapore, a premium sustainability consulting firm working on energy transition, Dr. Gautam is also a research fellow in NUS Singapore, where he is developing ultra low cost electrolyzer for green hydrogen production through water electrolysis. He has also developed copper oxide as highly photoactive material and has produced solar light driven hydrogen through water splitting. Previously, during 2007 to 18, Dr. Gautam worked as a scientist with the Institute of Material Research and Engineering, Singapore. Earlier, 2004 to 2006, he was in University of Newcastle, UK and NUS Singapore for doing research on advanced CMOS devices. Dr. Gautam was also associated with SRM Andhra Pradesh and Global Challenges Research Fund, an open university in UK, for research on the domain of green hydrogen, solar hydrogen generation, wastewater treatment, transparent conductor, and MOSFET fabrication, and so on. An MSc in electronics from University of Calcutta and a doctorate from Jadavpur University, Dr. Gaurav has published more than 200 research articles in internationally renowned scientific journals as well as books. He also has several patents to his credit for his work on smart coatings and know-how on advanced solar cell technology. Since 2016, Dr. Gaurav has been an editorial board member of scientific reports over the years. So Dr. Gaurav has chaired several symposia and conferences in Singapore and in India as well. So with these introduction and with these words, I would like to hand over this talk to Mr. Gaurav, who is there with us online today. So I welcome you, Dr. Gaurav. Dr. Gautam, sorry, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Dr. Gautam, can you hear me? Yes, sir. To you.
Want to highlight what is the sustainable energy and what is the practice we should take. So very briefly myself, so I have done my PhD from Jadavpur University. However, my work done in Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. So that time in 2001, I able to meet Professor Walton Kahn, the Nobel laureate 1998 on the deputy. And then subsequently, I have recently I met with Professor Novoslo. Just recently I was organizing the conference on decarbonization in Singapore, where Professor Novoslo was one of the plenary speaker, and being a convener, I was fortunate to welcome him. So these two pictures actually promote us how we academy actually promoted from the novel work by our pioneers. So currently, I attach with mechanical engineering department. It is under the school, College of Design and Engineering, but my more focus on the product development. So I take the role of fellowship, and then I try to translate the whatever the academic research we have done to the commercial flow, so that there will be a entrepreneurship opportunity and chances for the commercialize the product whatever we are working in the academic space. So I'll be highlighting bit about the global warming. We know, but it is time for us to really look into this and find out the solution. Also, I'll be touching little bit of technical work, what I have done since my career, like 2005 onwards on the solar cell, as well as hydrogen production from water splitting. Then I also will be touching what is the passive cooling strategy. For India, it is really important to look not only the production of the renewable energy, at the same time, it is really important to look how to save the energy. So I'll be touching some of the energy savings quoting, which can save us not in terms of money, economy, as well as in terms of actually carbon CO2 reduction. And then a bit of summary or keynote from this talk. This is actually we are familiar. So this global warming is because of the CO2 emission. That is we already know. So only thing we have to know how we can minimize this CO2 emission. Otherwise, there is a not chance when the temperature, average temperature can change more than like a 5 degree, and that will be the disaster for the society. So the average temperature change at any region we have to control, and that is mostly by the carbon dioxide emission. So what will happen carbon dioxide emission, and when this consequently change the climate crisis because of the global warming, we will face so many problems. This is some of the cartoon picture was showing to understand common sense what how we will face the land unexpected flood. Then also we can face the shortage of the food, and also that there is a climate because of the climate crisis. There will be geographical issues on the sustainable living. So most of the things actually happening because of the one of the things is whatever we producing energy from the non-renewable energy sources. So for example, we are producing current from most of the coal or oil based energy system, and in that case if you use 1 unit of current, so we call in technical 1 kilowatt hour, we actually producing almost 1 kg of carbon dioxide. So that is actually one of the biggest problem nowadays to resolve this issue. So produce the electricity, however, minimize the carbon dioxide emission. So we have to move more on the renewable space than non-renewable space, but it is not easy because of the heavy uses of the non-renewable energy sector. So we need a step to minimize this gap between renewable and non-renewable. So one of the main aspect to use the renewable power, we know that photovoltaic technology, where actually we convert sunlight to the electricity, and mostly the visible light we absorb, and the leading technology actually silicon-based technology, where we absorb the sunlight and then we convert the electricity. So this is shown at the snapshots how the from science to the PV module actually produce, and then we get the electricity. So I will not go in the details, but if anyone interested, you can find me in LinkedIn, Facebook, or even you can directly email me to know more about the technological opportunity in this PV space. So there are opportunity in PV space, particularly in terms of R&D, as well as in terms of business opportunity. So we are looking the silicon-based technology, where actually silicon we create the PN junction, but other than silicon cell, there is a other items. So one of the items actually glass, which actually mechanically protect from the environment, and this glass actually we need to utilize very high transparent glass. So there are a lot of research going on where chemical students or chemical professional can come forward and develop the coating where it will be ultra uh, transmittance, so high transmittance with the low reflectance, and that will actually enhance the performance of the PV cell. So even if we able to enhance 0.2%, 0.3%, it will actually convert huge revenue in terms of the PV output or in terms of electricity generation. So we have actually started also. There are because of this temperature, ambient temperature, the PV cells also get hotted. And in that case, actually performance actually reduce. So it is also high time to look what type of technology available to cool down. If there is anything called self-cooling devices available to cool down the operating temperature of the PV cells, then actually it subsequently convert the high efficiency. So there are recently one paper we have published where actually we have discussed a lot of cooling technology for the PV industry. Similar way, as I mentioned, in PV industry, we need highly transparent coating where you can allow the visible light, but at the same time you can minimize the heat transmission because this heat transmission coming from the infrared. So if you're able to reflect this infrared, you will be able to actually reduce the heat transmission into or onto the silicon wafer. So that actually helps the performance of the PV cells. So we have done an extensive review article back few years back on the smart coating. It's a 100-page papers and discussing how this smart coating or heat rejection coating can be developed for different applications, self-cooling to the smart window application. So if you are interested, can look this article. Recently, also we have discussed like tin oxide, one of the promising material actually. It is used for different application, electronics, optical, as well as the energy sector, where we have shown how tin oxide can be utilized for the electronic and also energy harvesting study. I'll not go detail, but if you're interested, you can find out from our review article. And when we work college, we look to do something to return to the society. So we are actually working some of the temple here in Singapore, Ramakrishna Mission, where actually we are making Singapore first zero energy temple, and the project is going on. Actually, we are putting 140 kilowatt of solar, and after that, we also will be putting hydrogen-based green power for the temple to make actually green energy-based temple in Singapore. So when we're talking about renewable power, so we know the rooftop solar, we know the solar farm. But considering some of the countries where actually land actually is not sufficient, so in that case, we actually need to look the alternative way. So in fact, in India also, we are looking like the floating solar cell, where actually you can put solar on the water. So once we put solar on the water, actually there is an advantage. The ambient temperature is relatively low, so the performance of the solar is good. However, there is a challenges with the marine life. So it is a good time to academic and industrial to work and find out what is the impact on the marine life. At the same time, how can we maximize our floating solar cell deployment without impacting the social, without impacting the marine life. This is some of the example how actually floating cell is going on. And we have done also extensive research in terms of what is the research, what is the renewable or PV solar opportunity in Southeast Asia, because where the sometimes land is not flat or land is not easily available for a small country. So what type of alternative there we have done actually some extensive research. So as I mentioned, currently our main electricity or main energy is coming from the non-renewable sources. So if I want to go renewable sources, you can see actually from say 2024 or 2100, there is a huge jump in terms of renewable power. So that means the materials and the sustainability and the supply chain is really key to move from 5% renewable sources, renewable power to the 100% renewable power. So there is a challenges, but at the same time there is opportunity to look how to resolve or how to complement the technology to make this 100% renewable power. So definitely we know that technology for particularly PV, I'm not talking wind or other renewable power. There is a wind, hydropower, wave power is there. But I'm mostly highlighting the PV technology as we are working on the PV. So in PV, silicon is the leading technology. Most of the technology based on the silicon. However, whenever we need lot of renewable power based on PV, we actually looking alternative material. So some of the material we highlighted are oxide-based material or even silicide-based material. So when we have the new material for the technology translation, we we need to develop the material, we need to characterize the material, and at the same time, we need to evaluate the material's performance so that it can be utilized for the commercial force. So we have done few of the material, like one is the iron silicide material, where efficiency is 5%, need to improve even more, like you need to go at least 18 to 20% to make it commercial. There is a issue with the interface defect. We also studied with the another alternative material is called actually most on the oxide-based material, like copper oxide, because copper oxide is very cheap it is easily available, it is sustainable, and it can be resourced locally. So we have done extremely extensive research on the copper oxide based material because it is a highly photoactive material. Bankab is suitable, but it's a highly resistive because of the oxide. So we need a lot of work in terms of conductivity enhancement, in terms of defect reduction. So we have done working since 2011 and 12 onwards, and we have resolved a lot of issues in the defect, conductivity, and interface properties. Finally, we actually developed copper oxide based solutions, copper oxide based PV photovoltaic on silicon substrate, and mostly the absorption happening in copper oxide, and we have demonstrated world highest efficiency, around 9% efficiency based on this copper oxide. Only 1 nanometer of interfacial layer is there. If someone from chemistry background can develop the ALD precursor of copper oxide, then it will be one of the breakthrough technology which can be commercialized. At the moment, efficiency 9 because of the 1 to 2 nanometer of interfacial defect oxide. Once we remove this one, then open circuit voltage will improve and it can jump to the similar efficiency of silicon. The other materials also copper zinc tin sulfide. This is also one of the material promising results showing, but still efficiency is around 12%. So need to high, at least go 20% to make it commercially. So at the moment, actually, there are lot of smart application coming. One of the application indoor farming, and in indoor farming, you need to control the temperature, you need to control the humidity, and also you need to provide the energy sources. So there are lot of work going on semi-transparent solar cell, where you can design the solar cell with the specific gap so that the light can transmit, at the same time it can generate the energy. But whatever we do, because we know all the renewable power is actually natural, so there is an intermittent. So how to resolve this concept? So that's why there is a concept of one grid policy, so that globally we can connect by with the one grid. So in place where is the sunset, another place is sunrise. So this type of discussion also going on, where actually one grid can solve the most of the renewable sources if it is connected. In Singapore also, it's a small country, but they also need a lot of green power. That's why they also talking with the different neighboring country. In fact, also talking with the part to Australia to bring the green power through under sea. So this all actually required, as actually we are looking to decarbonize by 2030 partially, and then 2050 and 2100 fully. So not only the floating solar cell or a rooftop, the solar farm is also one of the key, and that's why we also working on the solar farm. But in solar farm, the research opportunity mostly on the maintenance side, and also the cutting edge technology like machine learning or AI and digital twin, where you can detect the fault very soon, and at the same time you can predict the power generation, so that the next day we can prepare how much shortage of the power. So the power supply based on the battery or any other renewable power can be the standby. But let's come to the main topic, because hydrogen is now actually one of the key component which can decarbonize 20% of the CO2 emission globally. Because we already know hydrogen uses, it is used for the steel, fertilizer, refinery industry, food and beverage industry, glass industry, artificial diamond industry, all actually existing market. The emerging market coming actually green power, mostly for the data center, and then also the automobile industry like heavy vehicle, truck, port, all actually looking to decarbonize based on the hydrogen technology. So what the challenges actually? Because in hydrogen, we already know most of the hydrogen coming from the natural gas. And when we burn the natural gas, every kg of hydrogen production, we produce approximately 10 kg of carbon dioxide. So if I need 100 metric tons of hydrogen now, I actually producing 1 gigaton carbon dioxide. So that's the main threatening for the CO2 emission based on the hydrogen technology. So what is the option? Produce the green hydrogen, so that we can, the byproduct, we can eliminate that carbon dioxide. So this can be done by definitely some of the alternative technologies there, where we know the water splitting. That means we produce hydrogen by providing electricity or sort of the energy from photon actually, and then we get the hydrogen. So some of the examples there. So I'll not go, but I'll go the detail what actually industry, as an industry, we are looking. So photoelectrochemical water splitting, yes, there is a possibility you can choose, select some material can absorb the light and can help to reduce the voltage supply, external power supply. However, there is a challenges in terms of the efficiency or in terms of the production of the hydrogen. So for this photoactive material, again, metal oxide we are doing, because copper oxide we are doing because it is one of the good candidate which absorb the light, and also P-type copper oxide. But I already highlighted the challenges. But based on the doping and based on our know-how, we actually able to demonstrate some of the exciting result on the copper oxide based hydrogen production, which can be tuned by the composition, like changing the copper and oxygen ratio, and also by introducing the different deposition technique. So some of the recent work we have published. So if you're interested, can go through some of the literature. We also recently published how actually electrocatalytic or even photocatalytic can be integrated directly with the water for hydrogen production. So this is also a review article. So if you want to find the details, you can definitely go. But last 10 minutes, I'll be talking more of the what the industry we are looking, because globally, actually, in terms of hydrogen, electrocatalysis is more promising, and it's already commercially deployment happened based on the electrocatalysis of the water splitting. We also working on the electrocatalysis. So there are two technologies we know. One is the alkaline-based electrolyzer, another in membrane-based electrolyzer. So in alkaline-based electrolyzer is mature, is already commercially available. But there are some challenges actually. One is the like production rate of hydrogen actually is low, and also is actually not directly compatible with the renewable power. The hydrogen purity also is not like foreign, and then there is a like is a because of the production rate is low, so it's a very bulky. So it's a you need a large footprint. On the other hand, actually, if you come membrane based, particularly positive ion membrane on acetic medium, so you can resolve all these issues. So it has a fast production rate, very compact, and also it can actually give high purity hydrogen, but it is more on the acidic medium, so we need very expensive materials, like particularly platinum or iridium based catalyst actually required. So that's why actually, even though the technology is good, I mean technology is promising, but capex cost, the initial investment is actually high. So in that case, actually, there is some limitation to deploy this PEM-based electrolyzer. So what is our research going on to replace this membrane-based technology? So adopt the membrane-based technology, but instead of acidic medium, alkaline medium. So we call actually anion exchange membrane-based electrolyzer. So in that case, we are actually targeting both. We are taking the concept of the alkaline, where the globally people are familiar with the alkaline space. There is a know-how, technology, and the resources. On the other hand, we also taking the advantage of membrane so that the production is much faster. It is directly compatible with the renewable power. If there is any variable power, we no need to shut down the system because it's a membrane. Only the negative ion can pass, so the oxygen, hydrogen cannot mix each other. And also it produces a very high purity hydrogen, so you can readily use actually this hydrogen. So we have developed our own know-how patents on the catalyst as well as the membrane, and also the different component of the electrolyzer stack like bipolar plate, distribution layer, and also the coating. This technology also can be compatible, like it can be 1 kilowatt to different megawatt actually. So it can produce few grams to I mean 1,000 kg tons of hydrogen for a single unit. This is a very short video actually. It's a I moved to the recent development. We have developed 10 kilowatt system, which is one of the largest system in terms of anion exchange membrane. And this is currently under the testing is going on. In fact, we also going to develop 25 kilowatt system. Soon we will be launching that. So because this AEM is compact, so based on the customer's requirement, we can put on the on-site, and as per the requirement, whether it's a few kgs or hundred of kgs, we can design the system, and it can be the containerized based on the customer requirement. So the hydrogen is heavily used different industry like small scale industry, R&D, and automotive, those require few kgs, maybe 10 to 20 kgs of hydrogen. However, heavy industry like semiconductor, refinery, steel, fertilizer, they actually need a lot of hydrogen per day. So in that case, actually is required the larger size of the electrolyzer so that it can be more compact and it can actually produce much high amount of hydrogen. This is the emerging technology which currently actually I am working with National University of Singapore. So we are planning to make one of the data center purely green power based data center. So like daytime can run on the solar, our night time it can run based on the hydrogen power and also the battery, depend on the best economy we are proposing. So this is the emerging technology. Also the offshore energy can be one of the options where offshore renewable power can tap for the hydrogen production, and then this hydrogen can convert in any either storage and to utilize or to transport globally. So the other sector of the hydrogen currently, like there are a lot of PV industry in India also where the extra energy actually they wastage because of the less demand. So that energy, if we can combine with the hydrogen production, this green hydrogen can actually produce less than $2 per kg. So before slide 1 minute, I want to also touch what actually is passive cooling. So passive cooling usually where we can eliminate the heat and we can just allow the visible lights, particularly for smart building where we utilize a lot of glass. Nowadays, 50% of glass per building. So in that case, if we able to reduce the heat transmission into the building, then actually thermal load is reduced. And in that case, actually you can reduce the aircon usage. So that by that way, actually you can save electricity, save energy, and can save actually CO2 emission. So we have done some of the pilot scale demonstration based on the copper-based metal heat rejection and actually which shows the promising result. Currently, industrial product is the silver-based product. However, if we replace by copper, the production cost can be reduced and it can deploy the larger scale. With that, so I don't want to drag more time, so I want to highlight the innovation is key to commercialize. So materials innovation at the same time, looking the alternative material for sustainable energy is one of the key to decarbonize. Silicon-based technology definitely is the promising the one of the leading technology. However, complementary material is required for the more renewable energy supply from the PV industry. Hydrogen actually is key to decarbonize. It can decarbonize 20% globally. So for that, we need to produce green hydrogen at affordable cost. The target price is $2 USD, $2 per kg. And the passive coating, it is good to practice and so that we can utilize the concept of passive coating to reduce the energy consumption. It can subsequently it can help to improve the CO2 emission reduction. With that, thank you very much for your kind attention. I love to question and answer if they are online or I can be offline also. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gautam sir. So I would like to thank sir for their wonderful insights, and I would like to request Sunil sir, the president, to say vote of thanks, and we will facilitate sir you whenever you are here. So I would request President Thakur sir to kindly say a few words.
Thank you.
Questions for this presentation. Mr. Gautam, Professor Gautam, you are ready for that?
Yeah.
Few questions, please.
Yeah, I'm ready. I am always ready. Yeah.
Please.
I need someone to like. I need to hear the question.
In your presentation, you have mentioned that silicon along with the coating of the copper oxide. So,
Yeah.
how it is different from the perovskite? Because the upcoming is the perovskite solar cell and it is more efficient. It's my first question. And second, the conventional techniques you have mentioned about the anion exchange membrane, how it is different in terms of the points of the cold start point, operating pressure, because you have targeted the $2 less than $2 per kg green hydrogen production.
Okay, thank you very much for the both are very exciting questions. So the first one actually perovskite is one of the promising, definitely for sure, because perovskite has the advantage of flexibility. So, but perovskite alone cannot actually take care. So it will come with the silicon technology as a heterojunction solar cell. So still now there are few companies together with Cambridge University and also NTU, they are working really hard. So it needs some more time to stabilize the performance. So it will come, but as I am not working on the perovskite, so I didn't touch. But perovskite is one of the promising technology for heterojunction solution. So it will also come with the silicon. So in terms of our actually why we are looking inorganic material. So inorganic material in terms of stability actually no issue. So its stability is really good for any inorganic material. The challenge is actually the insulating property. So if you look for the oxide materials, most of the oxide are insulating. So that's why even copper oxide also very good. Band gap is 1.5 around that, so it can absorb lot of sunlight. But even after sunlight absorption, even though electron hole pair generate, it recombine because of the defect and insulating property. So that's why actually, if someone able to resolve that issue, so we are working last almost decade. We able to enhance the conductivity. We able to reduce the defects between silicon substrate and copper oxide because copper oxide also P type. We also need counter substrate. That's why we use silicon actually. So we able to minimize the defects, and that's why we get very high current, almost 30 milliamp per centimeter square, which is similar like silicon technology. The current is very high, but because of around 1.5 nanometer interfacial layer oxide formation, because we are using sputter. So in that case, the interfacial layer oxide is found, and that actually reduce the open circuit voltage. We supposed to get around 700 millivolt open circuit voltage, but we are getting 400 millivolts. So if anyone can resolve this issue by developing maybe advanced ALD precursor, ALD actually minimize the interfacial layer, then actually this technology has a future. So that's why we actually highlighting the first question. The second one actually, we are looking anion exchange membrane because this anion exchange membrane is a alkaline medium. So we do not need expensive materials like iridium, titanium, or even platinum. So the capex cost is almost similar like alkaline porous based electrolyzer, which is currently deployed for the commercialized, maybe around 10 to 15% higher for membrane based technology. So that's the reason we actually selected this anion exchange membrane. The pressure we get around 10 bar from the electrolyzer itself, so which is very good for some of the application. But if you're looking compress for refilling the hydrogen for bus or any heavy vehicle, you need to compress the hydrogen. So that is external compressor is required. But some of the application actually like semiconductor industry and other industry, we know they can utilize directly from the electrolyzer or very microcontroller like 15 bar or 20 bar they need. So that's the one of the advantage. The other advantage actually it also gives very high purity hydrogen. So as of now, electrolyzer from electrolyzer itself we are getting 99.98% of purity. So this purity is required for fuel cell application. So for semiconductor industry we need 5N, so 99.999. So we need very small additional compression purifier to make this one. So that's the reason we are actually working on that. And we believe this AEM will take over actually most of the electrolyzer subsequently, step by step. So currently medium size market, and then maybe 1 or 2 years, the market size will increase to go for megawatt level. I hope I addressed your two questions.
Yes, just I have this one small addition. That any point that the technology that for the EM you have mentioned that operating pressure, operating temperature, which is the presently operating pressure is the presently in the commercial technology available is the less than 35 bar. Is there any the points I have asked that the electrical stack efficiency, cold start point, anything in your technology you have crossed the existing conventional parameters of the AEM technologies?
Yeah. So basically, in terms of efficiency, we are actually comparable with the membrane-based technology. So we need around 48 units kilowatt hour. So 48 units to produce 1 kg of hydrogen, which is equivalent with the PEM-based technology and some of the later AEM-based technology. So that is there. So in terms of pressure, actually, yes, we can increase actually high pressure. But as I mentioned, the AM is actually membrane-based technology. So when we increase the high pressure, there is a chance to damage the membrane. So that's why we do not want to increase because any technology, for customer point of view, they want longevity, they want the durability, stability. So we want to keep the stability actually high, so that the pressure, once you increase, the membrane is affected. So instead of increasing pressure internally, so if required, pressure can be increased externally, so that the stability of the AM. Our target at the moment 20,000 hours, but we already got two projects, one from Singapore government and also with the help of Indian government. So where we are developing the membrane, advanced membrane, which can give us 30,000 hours stability. So by next year, actually, we are targeting then, and then we'll move to 50,000 hours. So that's why our focus is actually the pressure is around moderate 10 now, 10 bar.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gautam. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Gautam. It was for your very insightful deliberation, which has given a lot of forward direction to the young researchers, especially in this occasion, CHEMCON, IICH's CHEMCON, wherein many researchers are present along with the other members from the industries and other places. So we are very much thankful for that. And you are not able to remain present in this CHEMCON, but I invite you for the next CHEMCON to be taken place at Annamalai. Same
Sure,
date,
sure.
27 to 30th December. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Thakur sir. Moving forward, now we have CSIR CSM CRI CAMCON Distinguished Speaker Award, which is presented to Shri Ashish Dwivedi, Chief Executive Officer, Birla White Aditya Birla Group. So it is an honor to introduce Shri Ashish Dwivedi, the Chief Executive Officer of Birla White, a unit of Ultratech Cement Limited under the Aditya Birla Group. Shri Ashish is a chemical engineer and an MBA. He has been associated with Aditya Birla Group for over 23 years. Previously, he was the president of Specialty Chemicals and Business Strategy for Chemical Fertilizer and Insulator sector under Aditya Birla Group. Shri Divivedi has been instrumental in various strategic initiatives on behalf of the group, including mergers, acquisitions, restructuring and development of group processes. He was also responsible for evolving and expanding the downstream specialty chemicals business across multiple products. Simultaneously, Shri Ashish shaped the upstream salt business as well. So with this introduction, I hand over this talk to Shri Ashish, who is also present with us in an online mode. So can you hear me?
Yes,
there,
very
Ashish,
well.
sir?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible actually.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. And am I audible very well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So to you. Can you switch on your camera also? It would be, is it
Okay,
fine?
my camera is actually on. I'm not sure if I'm visible, but my camera is on at my end. Am I visible?
Not yet. Slideshow is visible. We can see your slides. I think if you share the full screen,
Yes, please.
maybe then.
Okay, is the full screen visible?
The full screen, the slide is visible, but not your
Not my
camera,
video?
not your
Not
face.
my video?
No.
Because my video is on here. Should I exit and enter the meeting one more time? Is that a better way?
Sir, you can exit and enter again. I think it will resolve.
Oh, okay. I'll just do that. Give me a minute.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible and visible now?
You are audible.
And is the video visible as well?
Sir, no.
There has to be some answer to this. Some technical issue looks like. Okay, is there?
So we can see your screen now.
Okay, but not me. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible for you to share my PPT and I'll join through another device?
Yeah, sir. In that case, you please send your PPT to me.
Okay, it's actually already.
Have you sent?
Yes, Dr. Abhijit had the
Yeah,
presentation.
I am talking, so I check once minute, sir. Yeah, I got your PPT. Thank you.
Okay, let me try and join from another device.
Yes, sir. By the time we just play your presentation.
Just hold for a second. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Sir, you can log in with only one device. I think there is a echo.
Sure.
Yeah, please. Now it is okay.
So, am I audible?
Yeah, clearly.
And also, my PPT is that on the screen?
Just a minute. It is downloading, and we'll share the screen.
Okay. Are we good to go now?
Yes, I think now it is all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, many thanks to IICHE and ChemCon organizers to make me worthy of this award. Indeed, a matter of pride. And I look uh, with an extra sense of pride, because for me, if I could say, this is life coming to a full circle. I remember perhaps in 1989-90, when there was ChemCon in UDCT, that time UDCT Mumbai, and I was the undergrad student. I made my first presentation at ChemCon way back in 89-90. So today it's a matter of pride, and thanks indeed all the organizers to consider me worthy for this. In fact, when I recall the 1989-90 ChemCon in UDCT, I presented perhaps India's first paper on use of artificial intelligence in chemical engineering. Mind you, we are talking of nearly about 32 to 35 years back. I think it was perhaps the first paper on artificial intelligence use in chemical engineering. I had published papers in international journals during the undergrad at that time, and I realized my time should be now. So today, I have put the topic of this talk as the power of zero. I'll take you through a quick sense of why I call power of zero. How do we link it to some of the emerging trends in our chemical engineering? I certainly would like to talk about ABCD approach so that it's very easy for us to remember some of these trends. And lastly, I'm going to spend a quick time in sustainability, especially my company, Ultratech Cement, and its approach to sustainability. Can we get to the next slide, please? So, for the audience, I begin with what is easy to remember. A lot of people remember it as size zero. I've called it zero size. However, most of us are familiar with all the other zeros that are encircling us. The zero defect, the zero latency, zero waste, we all talk about that, the zero harm, and now very prevalent net zero. So one could imagine, as chemical engineers, there is a whole set of zeros that we all think about in many ways. All these together, and few more that I'm going to quickly talk about, is what I call the power of zero. Multiple things are coming together. And what if I also say, for impact, even the cost of power, the cost of energy is tending towards zero. I won't be very surprised if power cost of tomorrow tends to be zero. Now that's a very large piece of very optimistic statement that I'm making. I'll share with you some observations. Most of you perhaps know all the energy required in the world in a year, we get in less than an hour of sunshine that Earth gets from the sun. And over the last decade and a half, we all have kind of mastering the way to capture this energy. This is tending towards, as some people say, it's already close to the fossil fuel cost of power and energy. If one was to be optimistic, there is no reason for us to get this power at zero. So this power of energy transitioning tending to zero makes our fossil energy get to electronic energy or electrons energy. Think about this in the way if this happens, how this is going to impact chemical engineering as a field. Our life, lot of it revolves around use of energy. So this is one another zero that we are tending towards. In fact, circularity is also in fact zero. We start somewhere and get back. So there are a lot of inspirations that Power of Zero continues to derive as we step into the future, which is very exciting. So can I go to the next slide, please? So I was reflecting on what to speak to this August gathering here. We have very extreme high practitioners of chemical engineering. There are professors who are absolutely knowledgeable, and then there are students. I thought I should talk to the chef, the chief chef of engineering. This is the audience that I'm talking to. I prefer to call myself as the chief chef of engineering because you can rightfully ask as chemical engineers to others, in this room, tell me what is not a chemical. And this question just fills me with a lot of joy and pride of the part of the world that we all are. We're part of a $4.5 trillion of industry. We are builders of all that exists. Having said that, I do see certain kinks happening to the engineering graph that chemical engineering has been driving. I do see certain forces that are shaping and accelerating this graph from the angle that we have been growing chemical engineering to a very different angle with more acceleration that I see going forward. Clearly, forces that I see shaping are ones that are happening on the design principles, the ones that are happening on new materials, the ones that are happening by introduction of biology in chemistry, and what is happening by introduction of computers in chemistry. We are going to talk in the next few slides and simplify some of these trends so that they remain with us. I call them the A, the B, the C, and the D of future of chemical engineering. Next slide, please. The first and very large trend that's already around us. And mind you, while I'm going to talk of future, I'm talking of things that are already visible to most of us. So the advanced materials is the A that I want to bear in mind. We are in the age of nanomaterials. We are in the age of biomaterials, biomimicking materials. We are in the age of regenerative materials. You all are aware, and I'm sure in this ChemCon itself, we have heard around the engineering polymers, which are properties of metals into polymers. We have heard of performance polymers, which are the properties of polymers which are better than metals. We are talking about a lot of energy from materials. We are looking at reversal of several reactions to get different material that world of future is going to need. So this one trend, which is creating either completely new catalysts or more efficient catalysts, which are improving drug delivery systems or materials that are developing stronger and lighter performances, are the trends that are already amongst us. Through the materials, we are also looking at enhancing performance and reducing costs of delivery. We are manipulating molecules and atoms. And mind you, this is a trend by various branches of engineering, all coming to help chemical engineering. So I clearly see that convergence very, very beneficial for chemical engineering. There's no better time to be a chemical engineer than it is now. In fact, when people talk of chip manufacturing, which is going to be so much visible across and around us, when we talk of solar panels, when we talk of optical fibers, I see only advanced materials of chemical engineering becoming shaping all the future as we future unfolds. So this is the A. A is the advanced materials, a large opportunity for us as chemical engineers. Let's go to the next slide to go to the B. I start by asking, our process plants that we used to design, have designed so far, are going to be replaced by trees. Are trees the future of production of industrial chemicals? I don't know. But looks like if these current findings become more and more mainstream, we could help turn the trees into affordable, greener industrial chemicals. So really, what are we talking about? We are talking about living organisms to produce chemical products. Let me draw attention to the best chemical engineering plant ever built. I'm sure you will all say yes when I say the best chemical plant that we see is our own human body. There is no other better producer of chemical than the human body. There's no better mechanism of seeing engineering in action than our own body. And chemical engineering is taking lot and lot of learnings now from this best chemical engineering plant that exists. So what are we seeing here? Using living organisms. Clearly, we saw biotechnology, the age of which is now started converging. What was experimentative a decade back is now commercial today. I do see there were very strong talks around biofuels, around biofeeds. I see future to be around bioprocesses. We will continue to see emerging bioproducts made through bioprocesses. Bioprocesses will give us bioproducts which will form becoming chemical intermediates. Is photosynthesis the new catalyst of future? Maybe synthetic photosynthesis certainly would be. So we are in that era where low carbon hydrogen from the today where we use high carbon hydrogen. This transition, in my view, is going to be led by bioprocesses. I'm sure new technology that uses bacteria, microbiomes, and uses solar power to produce useful chemicals from CO2 is the future. We will see all of this unfolding. I'm sure the processes of electrolysis combined with fermentation and using photosynthesis is going to give a boost to our form of engineering. I do see this B as bioproduction taking a significant shape in future. So that's the B. We talked about advanced materials. We talked about the bioproduction. Let's see the C in the next slide. Needless to say, computers is going to be the future. Algorithms will drive automation. In fact, algorithms will drive our optimizing of our processes. It will predict the outcomes with unprecedented accuracy. It will anticipate failures. We are going to see emergence of self-adjusting process parameters, predicting controls based on the raw material. So if my plant knows what quality of limestone my mine is bringing out, my plant will self-adjust itself to produce exactly the same quality of the product that we need. So imagine an era when supplier plant talks to my plant and my plant optimizes knowing what raw material is on the way. That era is not far. I think we see this already happening in co-located plants in multiple ways. So clearly, right from R&D to manufacturing to quality control, algorithms are going to drive a lot of what we see on the chemical engineering side. Let me then take a little deviation from here on the next slide to what we see going forward. We are clearly in this logarithmic era of data. We all know how many zeros of bytes of data that will be created or that is created in 2024 and projected to go to so many more. I would call them uncountable zeros of data that are generated. Mind you, each of us is a generator of data. Each of us is also a consumer of data. Each of us have already got into that role, whether we like it or not. In this era, when there are 16 million texts sent every minute, there are more than 361,000 million of emails which are sent every day, and all the data that is contributed. We all know 90% of the global data has been created in just last 2 years. More than 40% of internet data was generated in machines. We all know the Google search engine itself processes more than 40,000 searches every second. So all of this, including the social media that is generating so much more data every day. Imagine what our chemical plants and our chemical labs are generating. As you all perhaps know, industrial data is growing 2x this speed. If we see the impact of this, we certainly are forced to think around how future is going to unfold as we see this heaps and mounds of data surrounding us. If we go to the next slide, I'm going to just leave a few thoughts in the minds of this August gathering. With so much of data around us, we all know in our plants, let's ask ourselves, our hub of a chemical plant, is it going to be in the control room? Or is it going to be in some hyper server farm located in some other geography? I think trends are already visible. Now, the thing to think about is so much of data gets generated. Our sensors, our automation companies are capturing a lot of this data. And now the trend in the last few years has been, how do we use this data? Because today, this data that is produced at our factories is actually unused. A lot of it is unused. I would hazard a guess, more than 95% of the data that is produced or is capable to be produced is today getting unused. As chemical engineers, this is an interesting challenge. This is where we see data analytics really getting an opportunity. In fact, With this kind of a rich data, our industry, our branch of engineering should be the hotbed of AI innovation. This, to all of us, is an opportunity. Chemical engineers will lead. The usage of AI is the prediction I would make of future. With this, I go to the fourth trend on the next slide, please. The trend of design. Why do I think design is a very critical trend for chemical engineers? As I see the future unfolding, I think there is a fundamental shift because of the other three things that we talked about, where our chemical engineering design is also going to undergo a significant shift in what we see. I come from business, hence I do see one emerging and very clear need that's already upon us. One that is shorter time to market. Clearly, designs from B2B are shifting to B2C. So as chemical engineer, I got to think about the consumption. I got to think about the consumer of my product, even if I'm making intermediate. Because if I'm not doing that, I'll become redundant tomorrow. So whether I'm making base chemicals or I'm making intermediary chemicals, finally I got to think about the consumer. So clearly we are getting enabled by rapid prototyping. We are getting skipping, in fact, the scale up stages because of various other tools that are available today. There are clearly visible change in design where we see from a heuristic rule-based approach that was erstwhile, including the trial and error approach, to now using digital twins. I can say it with certainty because nearly about 30 years back, I was the first dynamic simulation user in our country. So I know the power, even that time, that dynamic simulation had started providing. So today, it's logarithmic change in the power that we today have in our hands. Clearly, this design shift from extracting molecules, changing from one unit operation to the other, is now going to give way to the reduce, to the recycle, to the reuse through redesign. So clearly, I see this as a significant change from complex to making it simple. Our chemical plants have become complex over the years. We continue to add many forms because our base design did not think of bringing zero waste from design itself. I think the future era is going to design the plants keeping these in mind. So that's the fourth large trend that I see. So just to sum up, A is for advanced material, B for the bioproduction, C for all the computer that we see, and D for the design fundamental shifts that are happening. I was tempted to in fact include the E, but I have not. E for me is a significant change happening in the whole field of energy. I talked about it right at the beginning, but I have not captured it as a significant trend because there are multiple speakers who would have talked about energy, have given enough focus on energy. We as chemical engineers inevitably think about energy. Our plants have steam. Our plants use steam to generate mechanical forces, generate chemical forces, low pressure, medium pressure, high pressure steams. So we are all used to thinking about energy in multiple ways. And that to me is the E, though I have not captured it here. Moving forward on the design, I see very large change on the design side on the recycle. On the recycle, material recycling so far has largely been mechanical in nature. I clearly see a trend of chemical recycling coming through multiple ways. It's the fastest growing segment of all the waste processing, the solid waste stream processing. As you perhaps know, consumer products such as mobile phones, personal computers, they contain each ton of that really contain 1,000 different chemical products. I do know that while a gold mine would give us 5 grams of gold in 1 ton of ore, a discarded 1 ton of cell phones will give us 150 grams of gold. It will give us 100 grams of copper, and so on and so forth. So this certainly is a very large opportunity that is available to us as chemical engineers. So what are the fundamental shifts in the design that I'm talking about? I've put these as 5 questions, especially for my younger audience here. Can we design away from non-specificity? What does that mean? Most of our chemical processes, they typically will have co-products coming out. Is there an opportunity to be very specific and extract only that? I see that to be an emerging future. Can we design for fundamentally non-polluting processes? It's an onus on us as chemical engineers. It's our responsibility now to start thinking of design which is by design non-polluting. Can we design low energy process by design? Are there sustainable by design processes? Are there safe by design processes? These, I think, will preoccupy the minds of chemical engineer designers in the next couple of decades. So this is the reason I see this as the large force of our chemical engineering field. Moving ahead, I'm going to spend very quick time on Ultratech and the sustainability pressures. Clearly, we have net zero commitments. As you all know, my industry is a hard to abate industry. If I go to the next slide, please. Clearly, the environmental product declaration is 4 of our key cement products. We have been given EPD. It's a key step. Our portfolio consists of 70 Green Pro certified products. Next slide, please. We are part of a global force taking lead globally in accelerating decarbonization. Multiple collaborations, including those with startups. There are collaborations with CEEW that's going on. We have made a commitment to use 85% green power by 2030. 2030 is right here upon us. But in spite of being a very large energy user, we have made a commitment. Various of these commitments, if I go to the next slide, please, is really in fact partnering with cement kiln heating processes where we have moved to electrification. This is on the next slide, please. Where we have made steps now to electrify our kiln. Kiln uses all the energy. So we have started using that, which will eliminate up to 30% of CO2 emissions from fossil fuel burning. So we are really at the forefront trying to do multiple things that will have actions on the hard to abate sector. If I go to the next slide, please. These slides for the audience is just to give a sense that as a leader in the industry, it is important that we lead on this very important future of sustainability. especially because we come from a hard to abate sector. So we have partnered on the way to net zero with many types of agencies. We are part of Global Cement and Concrete Association, where Innovendi is a global initiative we ran to open challenge for industry's commitment to net zero, and many other such partnerships, including supporting a few global startups, Carbon Oro, which is a biphasic amine carbon capture technology. We are wanting to deploy it in our plants. We are part of COOMTech, which is the kinetic energy based, low energy, low cost drying technology, and really looking at newer methods of CO2 capture. If I go to the next slide, and obviously by CDP for our efforts, we are already recognized as a leader. Some is done, but I think a lot needs to be done, is the way we look at it. If I go to the next slide, please. So clearly, we have sustainability yearbook meter that we measure ourselves. In the whole of construction industry, we are the top. We are part of the S&P Dow Jones Sustainability Index already, right from FY22. And we are the only company, Indian company, to be featured in the global list of this index. If I go to the next slide. And there are various industry partnerships, including that of SAIL, that we did to use a lot of their blast furnace slag and partner to ensure that we use these in our plants. We have converted municipal waste of many cities in the country to use it in our plants. And we have signed cooperation agreement in building materials industry with Cemex of USA. Again, how do we ensure that the concrete waste is reused and recycled? In fact, one of our group companies, Hindalco, which makes one out of every two cans in the world, the cans that carry Coke and Pepsi, we recycle more than 90% of the cans globally. So those kind of initiatives are forefront of what we want to do. If I take you to the next slide, please. Even on the road freight, we have uh, joined a World Economic Forum Moving India initiative to ensure that we demonstrate our efforts to green mobility as a key important driver. Because please remember, why is this critical for us? Ultratech is perhaps India's largest logistics company. For about nearly 170 million tons of cement and commensurate raw material, we really move very large amount of material. So our sustainability drive for us as people in business should not stop only at our plants. This initiative is to demonstrate that this goes beyond our plants. We need to ensure that the green mobility is also the way forward for material movement in our plants. If I take you to the next slide. So needless to say, this is very critical for us. We urge the industry to think of value chain. We request all our partners, we encourage them to be part of this value chain, to take a wider view of the value chain that we are part of, and that will make sustainability a larger force. If I do it only at my plant, I will have an X impact. If I do it along with my partners, there will be variety of new opportunities that do come. I do think ABCDE trends will help in this as sustainability drivers. Towards the end, if I go to the next slide, I'll just leave a few thoughts to ponder for all of us. I think there is a lot that is happening. I talked about data. Are we really using our data is something, whether I work in a lab or I work in a chemical plant, or I am part of a senior management, I need to think, are we deploying devices that use the data that gets produced? I do see the dewiring of our manufacturing happening. All of us, when we visit our plants, we know the amount of cable lengths, kilometers and kilometers. If you think of how Reliance Jamnagar plant, the number of kilometers of thousands of kilometers of cable lengths. But I do see that there is a world like it was in telephony in our plants as well. There will be dewiring of chemical plants. I do think Chief Sustainability Officer as the new champion of automation in an organization. More important, I think, is for students. If I could urge today on this platform, our country needs digital ready talent. So, students, if I could urge, please adopt, encourage to learn, to take your biology a lot more seriously. I would also urge you to learn logarithms and programming even more than what you've done. We in chemical engineering will continue to see, if I go to the last slide, please, the net zero through the power of zero. I do see the ABCD trends in chemical engineering. Thanks very much for all your patient listening. I hope that if this leaves one thought in anybody's mind and changes the path of future, I do see some of these students addressing in the next 10, 15 years, taking leadership in some of these. All the very best, and thank you for patient listening.
Thank you, Ashish sir. Now, I would like to invite President IICHE to kindly present a vote of thanks to Ashish sir. Please.
Yes, sir. I agree with you that living organism is the good alternative for the renewable resources in future, today and in future also. And collaborative approach aided by AI for in engineering field is definitely key for the growth, further growth. Yes. Of course, zero power cost will bring lot of revolution in Indian society. You understand that. So, uh, we are very much thankful to you for the interesting talk, Ashish ji.
Thank you.
Addition,
Thank you so
yeah.
much.
You have become member of the IICHE, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, and also awarded as fellow. We needed to felicitate you on this occasion, but because you are not present here physically, we'll be deputing our two office bearers on 28th Jan 25. They will come personally and felicitate you for your sir. Thank you, sir.
This is an honor. I thank everyone who's been involved in this journey. I remain a proud chemical engineer, and it's such a matter of pleasure and pride. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. So now we are breaking for a lunch. We all will be back here at 2:30 for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
distinguished speaker. Lab distinguished speaker, lab
Thank you very much for
mimicking multi-pressure media.
We are very much in IICHE, Indonesia, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped. And tonight we are blessed. खत्म नहीं हुआ है.
Thank you.
लैपटॉप मिल
A very good afternoon. So I welcome you all after lunch to the CHEMCON 2024. So here now we are going to begin our panel discussion, which is titled Role of Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is in line with our conference theme, Role of Chemical Engineering towards Sustainable Development and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So with this I would like to introduce once again Professor P.K. Mishra, who is a professor HAG in Department of Chemical Engineering in IIT BHU. So again I would like to invite Professor Mishra to moderate this session, and he will also introduce the session with us, and then I will introduce all the moderators. So okay, so I will invite all other panel members. Mr. A.S. Basu, HMEL, Bathinda, Chief Operating Officer. So a huge round of applause for sir. So I take another opportunity to invite Mr. Vishwanathan Chattopadhyay, sir, Chairman NOC. A huge round of applause. So I invite Mr. S.K. Thakkar, President Mr. Sunil Kumar Thakkar, President IICHE, to the stage, please. A huge round of applause. And now I invite Professor R.K. Dwivedi, sir, Council Member, to the stage, please. Thank you, sir, please. Okay, Trivedi, sir. Okay, so now I request P.K. Mishra to kindly moderate the session. To you, sir.
नहीं ये रख लीजिए हम लोग शेयर कर सकते हैं शेयर करिए फिर आप लीजिए शुरुआत वहां से करके फिर आते हैं अच्छा एक बैठ के बैठ के Okay, so we are initiating this particular panel discussion that is Atmanirbhar Bharat through entrepreneurship, innovation and entrepreneurship, because you cannot separate innovation with entrepreneurship. So let us remember two stalwarts of India. First, Professor APJ Abdul Kalam, and then one of the greatest chemical engineer, Professor M.M. Sharma. I'll be referring these two guys, and then I'll introduce the topic, and they will discuss the things. So Professor APJ Abdul Kalam once wrote a letter to his fellow Indian. I suppose most of you must have gone through that. And in that particular letter, he said that we Indians are very pessimistic. We are very negative. We always look towards West for anything good. And can't we think that self-reliance, sorry, 1 minute. Self-confidence comes with the self-reliance. That is a term. Until unless you will be relying on others, how can you be a self-confident nation? So for that is very necessary that you first try to become self-reliant. You try to innovate, you try to create, you try to start manufacturing in your country. That was one thing, and he predicted that by 2020, India will become one of the most developed nations. Sorry, we are 2024, we are still not there, far from there, but still we are moving to that particular direction. We are positive because our Prime Minister has started number of programs, Stand Up India, Make in India, Manufacture India, that was there. Then second, now let me talk about Professor M.M. Sharma. Sorry, not Sharma. His first PhD student, Maselkar sir. Maselkar sir, in 2001 Pune Science Congress, I'll be referring him. What he said, if you wanted to fulfill the dream of APJ Abdul Kalam, we have to follow the 5 points, punch seal of new millennium. He has given a punch seal of new millennium. So first point was student-centric education. What he said, we have to overhaul the education system of India because it is still following the Macaulayan education system. So if we are overhauling the education system, student will be innovative, they will come forward, they will not prefer to, job seeker, in place they will become the job provider. That was his basic aim. This is not a lecture, otherwise I would have gone into detail. Second point he says, woman-centered family. This is 140 crore country, 70 crores are male and 70 crores are female. Now the condition is quite improved. We can see the girls everywhere, equally important doing things in the society, managing the industry. But in our time, our sisters, were left behind. So उन्होंने कहा कि you just imagine country like a chariot having two wheels. One is male and another is female. If one is very healthy, is fit enough, and second one is broken, how can chariot move forward? So equal participation, and that has been proved by Indra Nui and Kiran Shah Majmudar, n number of females, that they are not only equally important, they are sometimes better manager than the male. Our mothers can prove that. Third point, he said, knowledge-centered society. Because he said that the person who is creating knowledge should be given the maximum importance. That was it. Because this is the information era. From a single click on the Google, you can find n number of information. But processing of information and converting it to the knowledge is a great thing, and scientists and teachers do that job. So, उनके लिए एक importance बनता है. Then human-centered development was that every knowledgeable man should have opportunity to get, to become the party of development. And the last point he says, innovation-centered India. So now we are reaching to our theme that without innovation, we are very good in Jugaad technology. We keep on doing that. And sometimes we are confused that we have innovated something. And James Watt, if I do remember James Watt, 1746, क्या हुआ था? चाय बना रहा था और चाय बनाते बनाते केटली का ढक्कन ऊपर नीचे हुआ. तो क्या हुआ? Steam is having power. फिर क्या हुआ? If you are doing some discovery, because our students should try to understand the difference between discovery, invention and innovation. Very small differences are there, but that with clarity. And innovation, if simply defined, is nothing but invention into commercialization. One thing. Otherwise, innovation, people keep on defining, thinking out of box, doing things differently, putting right thing at the right place. All these are definition of innovation. So we have done with. Now the last point, who can become entrepreneur? That is very much important. So there are 5 basic characteristics of entrepreneurship. One is motivation, second one initiation, third is resource organization, fourth is risk taking, and fifth is innovation. You see, even becoming the entrepreneur, you have to be innovative. So for doing any innovative job, innovation is there. To become entrepreneurship, innovation is there. In modern world, survival even cannot be done without innovation. So this is the basic of entrepreneurship, and without, why 140 crore? Lot of politicians are, just claiming that we will give this job, that job, but you see, it is not possible to give job to everybody. So, my students who will be becoming job provider are more important to the nation as compared to who are seeking some job. So today's session, we are going to conduct, so we'll be talking about different aspect, characteristic, ideation, prototype, then market, validation, etc., together with the 5 points given by Dwivedi ji. I do remember his lecture where he started ABCD of chemical engineering. So we'll also talk about advanced material, because chemical engineering has to do all these things. Biochemical या biotechnology, और sometime मैं joke करता हूँ, मैं सबके सामने बोल देता हूँ कि ये right time है केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग केमिस्ट्री को डाइवोर्स करे और बायोलॉजी के साथ शादी कर ले. ये बहुत सही समय है और तभी चीज़ें बेहतर होंगी. तो मुझे लगता है कि हम एक तरफ से शुरू करें, एडवांस मटेरियल से शुरू करें क्या? व्हाट आर द अपॉर्चुनिटीज आर जनरल, आप पैनल बताएं, बिकॉज वी आर सिटिंग फर्स्ट टाइम. मटेरियल से शुरू करते हैं. मटेरियल में क्या एंटरप्रेन्योरियल अपॉर्चुनिटी है, फिर बीच बीच में सब चीज़ें करें.
I will first say about what is entrepreneurship, and thank you, Professor Mishra. It was a very good introduction you gave on the innovation and entrepreneurship. I will say, because I have been working in the industry for last 45 years now, and I have very closely observed the entrepreneurs for whom I work. And many people in the process have also approached me that, sir, why don't you become yourself an entrepreneur? And I realized that why I cannot become an entrepreneur. The first thing what is said in one of the fives is risk-taking capability. Whether I have that risk-taking capability, probably I had none, because for last 30 years, 45 years, I'm saying at the end of the month, some money is coming in my account, so I'm happy. So that risk-taking capability is not there in me at all, whatever position I have reached. So this is one. But the most important thing is the deep dive into the field in which you want to do the business. Never be superficial. You have to deep dive absolutely to the bottom of it and try to understand what are the products or what are the business you are getting into, and try to analyze that business. What are the SWOT analysis has to be done, strength, weakness, all those analysis you need to do, and then you enter. Of course, also he said about the resource management. This is, nowadays it is very, very easy for resource management. The people are waiting with bucket full of money. Who has the best startup? So, Tata Group is there, Reliance Group is there. There are so many people, they are just waiting. Plus the government also is giving so many schemes, PLI schemes, and so many other schemes are there. So where, people like you can get those, a spark to start, think about the entrepreneurship. Our time, those things were not there. So probably we couldn't become. So entrepreneurship is a very, very challenging job. You need to take it, and you have to take it head on. You cannot have bypass or anything. You have to take it head on and get a success at it. This is what entrepreneurship to me is, and probably I was not a successful entrepreneur because I didn't have that. I have always had a fear that I may lose out.
Yes, I agree with Professor Chattopadhyay sir. Innovativeness and entrepreneurship, both are different as such. Because innovative person may or may not become entrepreneur, but entrepreneur is more of a behavioral. You should have that guts and that confidence and that kind of different mindset which you can apply actually, and you can get success in the business. Both should have a deep dive in the field they choose. Like entrepreneurship, also he should be deep diving, and research based. Innovation is a research based. There also he should deep dive. Like once Bruce Lee was telling that focus. Bruce Lee was telling that I am not afraid of the person who has practiced 1,000 kicks once, but I am afraid of the person who has practiced one kick 1,000 times. So that he talks about the focus. Entrepreneurship में क्या होना चाहिए mindset? Entrepreneurship में पुष्पा 2 वाला झुकता नहीं है. वो mindset है तो आप entrepreneur जरूर बनेंगे. You have best example in Dhirubhai Ambani. See, Dhirubhai Ambani, when he started, he didn't have resources, he didn't have money, he didn't have a family history, nothing he had. Or neither he had a deep, strong innovation idea at that time, except behavioral wise he was strong, mind wise he was strong, but real sense, what we understand innovation means finding a new molecule or that sort of thing, means new item. So that kind of thing he didn't have, but still he went successful. So that is how innovation and entrepreneurship both are different. Entrepreneurship, innovation, you need to find a topic, right topic to be successful in innovation. You need to have a right topic you should search. Like now this solar things, we heard many things. So solar cells, this, that, means right field if you choose, then you can go further. Safety you have to see when you are innovating. I have been interviewing to some researchers. They did good in the research work, but when I asked them about what are the safety aspects of those particular chemicals or equipments they are handling, so they were not having full idea. I asked about what is the cost, what can be the cost of product, or how you are pricing your innovation product, whether it will be applicable or not, that need to be decided. So the cost part is always to be continuously thought, and so with that only you can make more affordable product and useful. Okay. And third thing is disposal and applicability. these things.
Okay, so please take your turn. साहब ने हमारा previous panelist has told about innovation and entrepreneurship. What I would like to add that to become an entrepreneur, you have to be innovative. These two things has to go together. Without innovation, you cannot be a successful entrepreneur. Whether it is in the field of technical things, whether it is in the field of some business or marketing sphere, it has to be done with many new approaches, new things, and with that, we have to pursue for the newer horizon, which we have to attract and from which both the person who is originating it and the society in general are benefited. Until and unless the society is benefited, the country is benefited, the entrepreneur will not succeed. The entrepreneurship success depends on acceptance of his product, acceptance of his services, which has to be fully there. Thank you.
In fact, I would like to start with the chemical engineering education program itself. In fact, we are not teaching or not including for entrepreneurship students. Even students are not taught. In fact, we have tried to include process economics. They don't know the cost of steam, cost of chemicals which are used. So, in fact, those things will be definitely taught in the program itself. And also, they should be asked in the project form that how to become entrepreneurs. Some projects should be started. It should be part of the curriculum. Why I am saying, I was director in a management college also. That was an entrepreneurship step, science and technology entrepreneurship. So we started those things after coming. The graduates were coming. So how to learn the process economics? In fact, I'm very sorry. Even when the engineers come out and they don't know the process, what is break-even, all those things, they are not aware. So that should be included. And we did, and several entrepreneurs, there were competitions which were organized, and a student came with a very good business plan, very good business proposal. And later on, some of them implemented, and they started also. So entrepreneurship has to be also, in my opinion, it should be part of the curriculum itself. Then only when they become engineer, they will have some idea. So this is my opinion.
हाँ ये ठीक है. Okay, so till now we have discussed basically about the entrepreneurship. What exactly is entrepreneurship? We discussed something on innovation. We are differing on the definition of innovation, and then Trivedi sir has come up with a new thing that how we can encourage entrepreneurship in chemical engineering department. So let me first clarify innovation. Sir, innovation is what I said. You just go back and try to find out what Nirma was. When Nirma was launched in the market, it was nothing scientifically innovated. There was a surf powder, there was a baiter in scientific, as a scientific product, but Nirma was taken as an innovative product. Region, they have targeted the new segment of customer. In those days, only rich people were going for the surf, and the middle class were going for sunlight bar sabun, Pama bar sabun, and the poor one who were interested in putting on the good cloth, but they were using Gangaji ki mitti or anything like that. But in that time, Kothari, that particular entrepreneur came with the mind that everybody wants to look good. And he placed that product, maybe cheaper one, maybe not better one, but that was the innovation. So innovation can be in the process, innovation can be in the organization. You say earlier we were British kind of organization. Now when the meeting with the Vice Chancellor, meeting with the CEO was the greatest task. But today we can see eye to eye. बिकॉज सब लोग छोटे छोटे क्यूबिकल्स में रहते हैं. सो इनोवेशन इज मस्ट फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. दैट इज वेरी मच essential. Now the second thing, I will slightly try to discuss the characteristics, motivation part. That is missing. In our entrepreneur, there is depth of knowledge, there is maybe sometimes ecosystem is there, but the motivation is missing. And that has to be improved upon. So if I talk about what exactly the motivation, if I ask somebody, can you define the motivation? So that is motivational psychology, need, drive and goal. So it initiates with the need. So now what is definition of the need? Everybody do understand what is the need, but nobody can define it. Need को अगर मैं पूछूं तो क्या need है, मतलब हम में से कोई नहीं बता पाता. The state of disequilibrium is need. Until unless there is state of disequilibrium within my personality, I will be not in a need of something. तो हमें बच्चों को ये करना होगा कि you always remain in the state of disequilibrium, dissatisfaction. Then only you will vouch for the better one. That is one thing. And second thing, you don't consider yourself an individual. अभी जो competency है, competition है, उसको हम लोग we are taking the wrong way. Now you have to define the competition's definition in different way. Now the competition is cooperative competence. But if you are coming together, कछुआ and खरगोश story, you might be aware of. कितनी स्टोरी सुना है आप लोगों ने? बच्चों कोई छोटा बीटेक वाला बंदा हो तो हाउ मेनी स्टोरीज? रैबिट एंड टॉर्टाइस कितना सुना?
सब सुना है.
फिर ये तो सबने सुना है. हाँ आप बताएं. हाँ 3 बताएं. आप बताएं ना, खड़े हो. सबका पार्टिसिपेशन चाहिए. थोड़ी देर के लिए ब्रेक, फिर आता हूँ.
हेलो. पहली तो हमने सबने सुना है कि भैया कछुआ धीरे धीरे चल के, उस पर एक लाइन ही बोल देता हूँ भैया, अगर सर आपका परमिशन हो तो, कि तेज दौड़ने वाला कछुआ दो पग चलकर हार गया और धीरे धीरे चलकर कछुआ देखो बाजी मार गया. तो एक तो वो था कि जब वो सो गया तो कछुआ जीत गया. फिर दूसरा वाली बात था कि शायद जो मैंने सुना है कि बीच में एक पानी का. हाँ सर.
अब रुक जाइए. ठीक है, आपने सुना है. तो दूसरी बात क्या हुई, ऐसा है कि 2 दोस्त हैं, आपको पता है कि मैं जीत सकता हूं और दूसरा भाई उतना तेज नहीं है, लेकिन किसी रीजन से अगर दूसरा जीत गया तो हमारे अहम को चोट लगती है. फिर दूसरे दिन जब कंपटीशन होगा तो हम सोएंगे नहीं. पहले दिन कछुआ सो गया था, फिर कछुआ दौड़ता रहा तो जीत गया. बट ऑब्वियस, बिकॉज वो उसका एक्सपर्ट था. तो जब कछुआ खरगोश जीत गया तो कछुआ को बड़ा बुरा लगा, यार मैं जीत गया फिर हार गया. तो उसने कहा बेस्ट ऑफ 3 होगा. भाई कोई कंपटीशन बेस्ट ऑफ 3 होता है. तो उस दिन उसने ऐसा पाथ डिजाइन किया कि जहां थोड़ी देर जमीन पे चलना है, फिर नदी आती है, फिर उसके बाद फिनिशिंग लाइन है. तो खरगोश दौड़ा बहुत तेज, लेकिन नदी किनारे ठहर गया. कछुआ धीरे धीरे आके नदी क्रॉस करके फिर जीत गया. एंड देन बोथ ऑफ देम सैट टुगेदर. वो है टीम. और उन्होंने कहा कि अब जमीन पे जब चलना होगा तुम मेरी पीठ पे होगे, और जब पानी में चलना होगा तो तुम मेरी पीठ पे होगे. सो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज अ टीम वर्क. ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है. सो वन शुड बी एक्सपर्ट इन फाइनेंस, another should be expert in marketing, one should be expert in technology. So you have to make this kind of team. One person cannot be a great kind of entrepreneur. If I'm talking about chemical engineering or technology based entrepreneurship, तो उसके लिए ये जरूरी है. तो आपको ये जानना, इनोवेशन रिस्क टेकिंग में कैसा रिस्क टेकिंग. एक चीज और, रिस्क की बात होती है कि मैं रिस्क लेना. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ रिस्क? यू टेक एग्जांपल, सपोज यू आर ए फार्मेसी ग्रेजुएट. केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग है, फार्मेसी थोड़ा सिंपल है, मैं उसका एग्जांपल ले रहा हूं. यू आर ए फार्मेसी ग्रेजुएट एंड देयर इज सम मनी लेफ्ट ओवर बाय योर पेरेंट्स, यू कैन यूटिलाइज फॉर योर लाइफ. आप क्या करोगे? आप तो बैंक में रख दोगे, म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट कर दोगे, या क्या करोगे? आप चाहोगे कि हम कोई बिजनेस शुरू करें. You are eyeing to create a pharmaceutical industry in future to come, but you will start with a medical shop. आप कर सकते हो ना, कम रिस्क का काम करो, धीरे धीरे मल्टीप्लाई करो. So what kind of risk? मतलब destination is known, path is unknown, but I will prepare myself according to that. तो इस तरह से हम सफल होने की संभावना है. So now I suppose we have discussed enough regarding this. So we can repeat what Trivedi ji has initiated. What kind of facility institutions should provide to students to initiate the entrepreneurship in education, in training, in even PhD program in entrepreneurship, or 1 or 2 years extra, to appear for the placement. ये सब कर सकते हैं. ठीक. एक लाइन एक करके उसको करते हैं. नहीं तो वही तो मैं कह रहा था ना, पांचों एरिया में जो उन्होंने दिया द्विवेदी जी ने, all 5 are apt for that.
I think for this, how the students.
आप कोई बताइए कि किस एरिया में आगे
कोई भी एरिया हो, केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग हो, या मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि you must connect with the industry of that particular trade. You no, so that the student goes there and understands what are the intricacies are there in the business, running the business, what are the operations of this thing, and then he gets ideas. Innovation is basically a creative and lateral thinking. How you are thinking for your requirement, or societal requirement hoga, or engineering requirement hoga, jo bhi hai. But how you are, thinking about that, the new things. I will give you a small example. I mean, there are hundreds of examples like Uber, Ola. They are all, innovative thinking. But one is in New York City, there is an app which is a walk the dog. So New York City, both husband and wife are walking out from 7 o'clock, or either in front of the computer, coming late, and and everybody has dogs because children are not there, so they have their pet dogs. So who will walk the dog? So there was an app they started, so walk the dog, and that app was such a hit that it became a $2 billion company in 3 months' time. So you don't need anything. You just have to have that general IQ, that what is the need, what is the consumer need, and what are the lateral thinking. So it doesn't require chemical engineering or electrical engineering for that, but still you can become rich and a good entrepreneur.
I would say that the emphasis is to be given to both the things, both the parts of innovation. Maybe I am little misunderstood. What I was trying to tell is that innovation, generally in engineering or science field, what we think is that is finding a new product or new item. But there are two aspects. Behavioral side, I do agree that you find a new marketing strategy. There are thousands of examples wherein success is achieved through innovative ideas of marketing, like that. So whatever the training we want to give to an probable entrepreneur is both sides. One is like marketing, finance, and other subjects, and second is the finding a new molecule purely research based. So both type of training may be given, so we can strengthen his future success.
आज का दिन में the most of the startups they are coming in the service sector. But if the country has to grow, we have to come into the manufacturing sectors also. So innovations are required in the manufacturing sectors as well. Service sector, initial expenditure is less, risk is less. Manufacturing sector, entrepreneurship, you have to have the technology, and for that lot of research work is necessary. Very strong research base has to be there, and for that the educational institution has to take the lead. Exactly. And with that, the educational institutions, R&D centers, once they come out with some technology that can be pursued with a project type of thing to entrepreneurs, and who can further take a startup. And because the government, banks, and various other financial institutions, they, as on date, they are giving many supports. Even there are many philanthropic organizations like Tata's. they have given support to lot many startups. So we must try to take benefit of these and try to develop entrepreneurship in the manufacturing sector. Thank you.
I agree that we must have better policy for a startup, because I also come from education sector. So that should be encouraged. And as Mr. Bajpayee, Dr. Bajpayee was asking, a specific area. It is my understanding that bio-based product and biochemical engineering, these are the emerging area, and India has a lot of scope also. So these are the fields, because patents are available, a lot of developmental steel technology exists in the country. So that should be encouraged, and a startup can be encouraged definitely by institution as well as the government of India. Policy is there, but practically a startup has several components. Sometimes they fail, and for the failure they don't have funds. So those should be also considered for this. So this is my opinion, that in the country, especially in chemical engineering, bio-based product, as Mr. Ji has already demonstrated today in the morning in his lecture, that several technology exists, and there is a good scope. I work on the microalgae, so I know there is a lot of scope, but for commercialization, more funds, especially for the development of the technology, is required. So that should be encouraged by the government as well as
Thank you,
other
sir.
corporate houses also.
Thank you, sir. So till now we have decided what exactly the characteristics required to become an entrepreneur. What are the roles of educational institutions? How they can promote this by offering extra year for placement, even starting PhD programs. If they are successful, they will go out with the company. If they are not successful, at least they will get the PhD in entrepreneurship. That is, so such kind of programs has to be initiated, and then the institutions should handhold with the industries for specifically innovation, entrepreneurship, and promotional programs. But the first thing which is very much essential, until unless you identify with some problem of the country as a society yourself. Suppose you just remember the Sulabh Sauchalaya. Everybody must have heard about that. Sulabh Sauchalaya, who initiated? Bindeswari Pathak. So everybody was facing problem. In a crowded market, you have gone. Suppose you felt the nature's call. What will you do? And somebody was creating, gandagi there, but nobody thought to start something like this. So until unless you interact with the society, you experience with the society, and find out what exactly the society is facing, what kind of problem, whether that can be solved by my expertise or not. That is very much essential, and there are n number of opportunity will be there at your doorstep जब आप खुली आंखों से देखना शुरू करोगे. दूसरी बात, as far as chemical engineering concerned, I have not started initiate because the lecture of Dwivedi ji was very good for the newer field. He started with A, B, C, D, so advanced material. Yeah, every day will be needing advanced material. Not only for solar, for fighter jet, for the spacecraft, everything. Even for the lighter and smarter material is needed any time. And the second, the biological or biochemical, biomolecule. We are one of the largest market for general medicine, generic medicine. But how many molecules are being manufactured in India? So if chemical engineering is coming closer with the life sciences and biochemical engineering, and we start creating tailor-made molecules with a very low volume and very high price. And AI, if I'm talking about AI, computer science, there are n number of service sector have already started, as sir said, and every day one more company is coming up. So it depends upon you. It depends upon you what kind of company you want to start. For that you have to evaluate your personality, what kind of personality you are having. अगर आपका deep research में interest है, then you certainly will create something newer. But if you are not having, you are a manager kind of person, you are marketing kind of person, you can go for service sector. So it's depend upon you. Sir, आप बताइए इसके आगे.
Okay, yeah. See, I agree with Professor Pathak that those tiny animals, bacteria, they can do wonders. This bio thing is excellent, and they need very little things. It is not costly also. You think of a mixed bed reactor, MBBR, for effluent treatment, or similar thing. If you find the right subject, like some research I read that there is a algae available from the sea which can reduce salinity of the coastal area, so that can become fertile. So those kind of things, you should act on the real requirement things which can rule in the future and useful to the society.
Today, as far as the chemical industry is concerned, India produces around 80,000 products, and its chemical industry turnover is around 190 million US dollars. And by 26, by the program of the Finance Ministry, it should be 300 billion US dollar. But where is China? China is at the moment 2,600 million US dollars. So they're more than 10 times. And what they produce more than 150,000 chemical products. So you still have that to catch up to do. 70,000 products scope is still there very much in the country, and we are all importing from China and using it and buying it at a very high prices. I'm not saying that you immediately get into those molecules, but you have to go there, study the viability of the project, see what are the requirement of the society, what is the market study needs to be done. But there are lots of scope in the chemical industry also to have a great future for India. I'm sure the government is also giving a lot of help here to support also. So I see a great future for the chemical industry. I'm not very conversant with the biochemical though, but chemical molecules, there are so much of scope is there, it cannot be imagined.
Taking a cue from what Chattopadhyay Sahab has told, I would like to repeat that both in pharmaceutical and specialty chemicals, there are huge scope. Most of the things are imported from foreign countries, be it China or be it Europe. I will talk about SAP, super absorbent polymer, which is used in the diaper. They are not manufactured in the country. Everything is imported. Because its technology is held by very few people all over the world. It starts from acrylates. And these research work is necessary, I do agree. The technology has to be developed. And same is the case with the medicinal intermediates, the component through which the medicines get manufactured. Resorcinol is a item which is used for manufacture of this medicine paracetamol, very common medicine. But this resorcinol is mostly imported from China. Very little manufacturing is there in the country. So these are few areas where we can definitely, as chemical engineer, we can further probe into it. Again, I would say that institute as well as research development organization and industry. Obviously, industry also has to come up with the, industry has double role. Number one, industry has to invest in R&D, and then industry has to accept the developed technology in the R&D. We in industry, we always like to go in a very safe manner. Whatever is 100% proven, we want a proven technology, PTR, proven test record that should be available. But it is not always possible. We must examine this, and those who are developing it, they must be able to convince the people who are going to invest that yes, this is a new technology, but it has all the ingredients to become successful. Then only people will accept it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trivedi ji, kuch kehna chahenge?
I agree what Mr. Chattopadhyay and Basu has said. There is a big market worldwide on the healthcare and natural products, and India is a big exporter also. But major issue is the quality. our standards, and they are not there, whether it is IUS they have. So major work has to be done on that area. There is a big scope where our students can work. Definitely there's a great scope in the quality assessment, especially what is standards. So that is one area on the specialty product as well as health.
Okay, sir. So mostly we have discussed major things. So let me just summarize. So if I talk about the opportunity, as I said, you please see the society with open eyes. There are n number of opportunities. One of may be closer to your heart. You see, just our farmers are producing a lot of tomatoes, okay? Initially it is very expensive, but after some time it becomes very cheap. So what should we throw on the roads? So you start with, you know, a different product, and finally you reach to the tomato powder, you know, lycopene. So there are n number, even solar dried tomatoes are in great demand in, you know, 5-star hotels. So food processing, even in Varanasi, like a town like Varanasi, I have seen people are getting a lot of money simply sending the, you know, muli powder, tomato powder, in trucks and trucks there is a need. So you can start, yeah, dried powder, sir. So even in a town like Varanasi, I have seen a person who is graduate of chemical engineering BHU in 60s, and he is making a lot of intermediate products and dryer for paint industry. And even General Banarsi was not aware he is the person, but he is doing a lot of business. So if you go to core chemical engineering, there are number of molecules, dryer, intermediate has to be developed. Biochemicals we talked about, you know, agriculture resource, residue and resources we have been already discussed. So there is no dearth of opportunity. There are number of, you know, areas quite open. You can go there. Thank you very much, sir. Please.
I just one sentence. I just wanted to one point in Atmanirbhar, like the certain things are such that only a small push is required. See, our toy import before some decisions taken by authorities, it was totally dependent on China. All the toys were being imported from China, and now it is being indigenously made. So that is a small push, nothing more was required.
We can take some questions, if any. Anyone?
Sir, only thing is the interactions between industry and educational institutions. I see a good gap in that area. So that's the area where we need to bridge some gaps so that I can take example of today only. Today I was discussing some issues what we are facing in our refinery with few of my colleagues here who are from educational institutions, and they have good solutions available with them. But unfortunately, even I was not aware of that some work is going on in that regard. Maybe it might be my fault also. But the thing is, there is some gap which is there in the industry, and maybe these type of conferences may not be, I was discussing with Basu sir also, that such, because this type of conferences what are happening, these are like only happening in educational world only. But industries are participating, and to some extent not fully. If these type of conferences can be arranged with one, maybe 1 year an industry does it, 1 year academics done it, so that there should be some time of amalgamation so that these technologies and transfers can take place in a better way. Right.
Good idea and good suggestion. Basically, government has already taken step, but we are not following that. Industry Institute Partnership Cell, that was initiated in 90s, but still we are lagging behind. The reason was, until and unless we do sit down together, we, you know, collaborate और exchange programs होने चाहिए. हमारे टीचर कुछ दिन के लिए इंडस्ट्री में जाने चाहिए, इंडस्ट्री से कुछ लोग आप 1-2 महीने के लिए यहाँ आने चाहिए. और R&D में बड़ी जल्दी, जो सर ने कहा ना, R&D में अगर इंडस्ट्री देती भी है तो कहती है यार मुझे चाहिए 1 साल में. अरे अगर आप लॉन्ग टाइम यूज नहीं करोगे, उसमें एक्सपर्टाइज नहीं क्रिएट करोगे, तो दैट कैन नॉट बी फेल नहीं होना चाहिए. You see the situation of US universities. They are mostly funded by the industries, and that is why the teachers are working on their problems, and then the students are also getting benefited out of that. That is one area India is lagging, so we have to improve upon. Any other question? Please sir.
Strong bonding between the industry and academia.
वहाँ पीछे जाइए हाँ सर.
How to yes sir. Believe. The industry has to believe the academia. Academia has to do very sincerely. But in India, as far my observation is concerned, that bonding is not there, and
even confidence is not there.
What sir?
Confidence is also.
Yeah, confidence. Yeah. Maybe, but when I am working in the academic area, so I should have the guarantee that my product should be utilized, or I should do some work. But due to non-bonding and non-security, security is also not there. If I say, for example, if I want to get a PhD, I am only trying to get a degree
and publish some paper. Maybe.
Publish some paper, but whether it is going to be useful or not, somebody is saying, I think yourself, sir, we have to go to society.
Yeah.
What is the need of the society? Say, for example, water.
Yeah.
Drinking water problem is there in India. Lot of problem is there. To express the tribal area.
Even today, reverse osmosis process, lot of modification has to be done.
So
why not students are trying for that?
Whatever we are doing is first of all, we have identified from the public society. So if you take up, as we said, the public needed product or need of the public, then definitely it will be successful event, and that bonding and reliability must be there. That is my opinion.
Backside, please.
Sir, my question is very specific with respect to the entrepreneurial opportunity which you have mentioned with respect to the various chemical products which are being imported from our neighboring country. We can see that with respect to that country, I feel that they have a lot of advantage with respect to economies of scale. But once a new entrepreneur, when he is endeavoring to produce that specific chemical product in India, especially being a startup, how he can get an economic advantage in the initial stage itself? Because a consumer, he may be a big industry, so he may be preferring to import the same product in a cheaper price rather than buying it from an Indian startup at higher price. So how economically they'll be able to compete? And also in India, being a democracy, our social setup is such that we have a lot of advantage with respect to sheer economics of the industry. So how the young startup people, how they can overcome this problem?
Your question is directed to whom?
To all the panelists.
To all the panelists.
I have some experience on that. Let me tell you that you cannot survive. If you cannot produce your goods as per competence price, you cannot survive. I have seen many private players who are manufacturing certain product, but at times when they get cheap product from say China, they import it and sell it. They stop their plant. So this is happening. You have to be competent, you have to find your ways.
Okay, I will take one example. Rentidine, Gintec. Rentidine is the salt. And that is being manufactured in Gujarat. Even China is importing from them. And the fellow is, again, graduate of chemical engineering, long back, maybe 60 or 65. So there are some you have to find out the, exact kind of things which is not being manufactured by this, or they are not competitive into that. Otherwise, your government should come into your aid. That they should put some import duty on their product so that your price could become competitive.
So China is an aberration. China's, the economic of scale, when they conceive a project, that is also much bigger than that. If the requirement is of X volume, they will make a plant of 3X volume. But how they are making it, and I'm not going to that story, but when you are thinking in your mind to compete with China, because today it is a global market. You cannot say that India specific market. So when it is conceiving in your in the mind, then you have to think how you will beat China on the price. So you have to work back on your calculation, which are the availabilities, which are the funding structure, you will, all those things you have to take it into consideration. But you cannot say that I will not go and I will not set up an industry because China is there and China will kill me. No, then that instinct is nailing it.
एक एग्जाम्पल, पेंट के लिए ड्रायर आप बनाइए, 1000 लोग आपके लेने के लिए खड़े हैं. Still there is a market. So you have to identify where is the gap.
The only way there is you should have good connections, and see, there is anti-dumping duty. So if government policies are you can make it favoring you, and they impose anti-dumping duty on that particular product, you can survive.
That also will not happen with China. My product, we produce PET, granules for the glass PET bottles, and we were suffered heavily for last 2 years because China's import is coming. We approached to the government, so there was an anti-dumping duty for one company, because anti-dumping duty is always company specific. It is not country specific. So one company got $15 per ton of anti-dumping duty. They absorbed the $15 and they supplied. So we did not see any. Then we approached the government. There was a clause that if that company is absorbing, so there is a clause anti-absorption duty. That also was applied. So $25 more. So now it is $42 per ton of anti-dumping and anti-absorption. Still the imports are coming. So what do you do then? So you have to be competitive on your own scale. That is the bottom line.
So thank you very much, all the panelists. Now over to Kaur. Yeah,
thank you, sir. So I would like to thank all the panel members and the panel moderator, Professor Mishra, who has rightly moderated the session and highlighted the role of innovation and entrepreneurship in achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat. Sir has rightly mentioned Panchsheel of New Millennium, equal participation of women, and finally mentioned innovation is the final key and how we can contribute to the society with our innovative solutions and identifying the gaps. So with this, we thank the all panel members and the panel moderator. So with this, we finish our day. So we have one cultural session also. Parallel track sessions are going on, but we do have a cultural event in the evening at the same place in the CSH starting at 6:30 onwards, before dinner. Thank you.